Bine, mai este o Raluca Munteanu în Iasi. Știi care este?
Raluca Munteanu, da. Care e căsătorită Munteanu.
I-am trimis am văzut am trimis un din ăla, un link din și mi-a zis, mulțumesc, domnul Mindirigiu, chiar voiam să vă cunosc. Și păi, mi-am dat seama că nu e.
Dar mereu mă mai sună lumea din diferite locuri. Zice, vezi că avem niște probleme și care ai un link în Facebook și cu mine.
Bună dimineața! Vreau să începem conferința de astăzi. Un scurt anunț organizatoric, am rugat voluntarii să vină cu căști pentru invitații străini, rândul 1, căști pentru translație. Bun, vă mulțumesc tuturor pentru amabilitatea de a fi alături de noi în această zi, în acest demers important pentru orașul nostru, un eveniment pe care probabil îl vom celebra și ne vom aduce aminte mult timp de acum înainte. Numele meu este Florin Mindirigiu, reprezint platforma de arhitectură Share Architects, unul din coorganizatorii de astăzi a acestui eveniment, alături de compania IULIUS Group și, bineînțeles, sunt aici alături de Raluca Munteanu, director de dezvoltare al grupului, pe care o salut și îi spun bine a venit aici alături de noi. Dați-mi voie să transmit un călduros bun venit în orașul Iași reprezentanților celor 4 birouri internaționale de arhitectură. Sunt prieteni de care mă leagă mulți ani de evenimente și mă bucur că sunt aici, în orașul Iași, dar nu sunt neapărat într-o vizită turistică, ci sunt la lucru pentru a crea și a lăsa orașului un proiect simbolic, un proiect care să devină iconic pentru orașul nostru. De asemenea, dați-mi voie să mulțumesc invitațiilor care au venit astăzi din întreaga țară. Doar foarte scurt, aș vrea să mulțumesc reprezentanților Universității de Arhitectură și Urbanism Ion Mincu din București, care sunt prezenți aici astăzi prin profesori care au venit la acest eveniment. Evident, Facultății de Arhitectură din GM Cantacuzino din Iași, care este astăzi prezentă prin profesori studenți la eveniment. Aș vrea să-i mulțumesc președintelui Ordinului Arhitecților din Iași pentru sprijin, domnului Alin Hoblea, bună ziua, și președintelui Ordinului Arhitecților București, domnul Emil Ivanescu, prezenți astăzi aici. Și, bineînțeles, doamnei arhitect Ileana Tureanu, președinta Uniunii Arhitecților din România, prezentă astăzi în sală alături de noi. Eu vă mulțumesc că a fost, pe scurt, un demers important ca aceste 4 birouri să fie alături de noi astăzi. Sunt oameni pe care îi veți cunoaște în continuare. Sunt oameni tineri care își dedică mare parte a vieții lor arhitecturii. Îi veți găsi astăzi în Iași, mâine în orașele lor, poi mâine în America, poi mâine în alte țări din Asia. Sunt oameni care călătoresc și care permanent lasă clădiri simbol, elemente simbol în orașele în care lucrează. Aș vrea să o invit pe Raluca Munteanu, să aibă o scurtă prezentare în deschiderea conferinței.
Mulțumesc frumos! Doar că am să rog colegii să pună prezentarea. Bună ziua tuturor! Sunt foarte bucuroasă să fiu aici în fața dumneavoastră. Suntem la finalizarea unui proiect care a fost extrem de important pentru noi. Muncim cam de peste 1 an și jumătate la acest concurs și am să fiu destul de succintă. Mi-am dorit Să prezint contextul în care am organizat acest eveniment. O secundă. În urmă cu 3 ani de zile, practic, grupul IULIUS a început abordarea unui sit în fața la Palatul Culturii și în urma dezbaterilor publice pe care le-am avut atunci, practic ne-am asumat un obiectiv destul de ambițios pentru noi, respectiv acela de a organiza un concurs internațional de arhitectură. Atunci am înțeles cât de important este inima Iașului pentru ieșeni și ne-am dat seama că un astfel de sit nu poate să fie abordat decât cu un extrem de multă ambiție, cu extrem de multă responsabilitate și cu modestia înțelegerii faptului că nu suntem singuri. Am țintit destul de sus, ne-am dorit ca la început de drum să atragem unele dintre cele mai mari case de arhitectură din lume și acest demers practic a fost o experiență de învățare și pentru noi, datorită faptului că a fost pentru prima dată când un investitor privat și-a setat organizarea unui concurs pe cont propriu, care a însemnat mai multe elemente. În primul rând, ne-am dorit practic să facem un dialog între toată partea publică și toată partea privată, să facem o echipă mixtă, un juriu care să ne ghideze în acest proces și, bineînțeles, atât tema de proiectare cât și procesul în sine să fie bazat pe nevoile comunității și, bineînțeles, ale noastre și ale entităților publice. Am început la drum cu formarea juriului concursului, am încercat să facem o echipă mixtă de specialiști care să ne ghideze atât în realizarea temei cât și în partea de organizarea concursului, care să ne ofere îndrumare privind cum ar putea fi brifuite birourile participante privind zona în care dezvoltăm. Ne-am dorit tot ca rezultat al dezbaterilor din anul 2019 realizarea unor machete arhitecturale. Iașul nu are o machetă arhitecturală pentru centru, pentru zona centrală. Am lucrat cu o companie care ne-a ajutat la scanarea întregului centru pentru a realiza 2 machete pe care le vedeți expuse jos în expoziție. Practic, rolul machetelor a fost acela de a ajuta juriul în luarea deciziei și verificarea că soluțiile propuse sunt conform normelor impuse de către zonă. În paralel, ne-am preocupat destul de mult pe partea de transparență, să facem o campanie de comunicare, atât în etapa de construire a temei, cât și în etapa de ulterioară, când birourile au fost anunțate. Am făcut o cercetare publică, un eșantion pe peste 1500 de persoane care ne-au transmis care sunt elementele care sunt importante pentru ei în ceea ce privește dezvoltarea în zona centrală. Puteți să vedeți rezultatele, sunt toate publice pe site-ul Iași pentru viitor.ro. Și, practic, acest lucru ne-a ajutat să luăm insight-uri atât de la partea de comunitate, cât și de la partea de specialiști. Am avut consultări individuale cu anumite autorități, cât și cu autoritățile locale privind tema de proiectare, în etapa de construcție. Am încercat cumva să implicăm toate entitățile pe cât am putut în etapa de premergătoare selecției birourilor de arhitectură. Am să trec un pic peste rezultatele din studiu. În ceea ce privește tema de proiectare, ca să înțelegeți, practic noi ce am făcut? Am realizat o temă, am format juriul concursului și după aceea am setat prin temă o serie de obiective, bineînțeles, le vedeți aici, sunt obiective care vizează atât partea de, urbanism, cât și partea de includere a sitului arheologic. Funcțiunea solicitată prin intermediul temei a fost mixtă, respectiv rezidențial plus zonă comercială la parter, astfel încât zona de continuitatea străzii Ștefan cel Mare, cât și piața din fața Palatului să fie o zonă activă, deschisă comunității. Ne-am dorit foarte mult ca noua dezvoltare propusă și arhitecții care participă în concurs să nu aibă o limitare în ceea ce privește opțiunea de a realiza o singură clădire sau un ansamblu de clădiri. În principiu, noi le-am dat o serie de obiective, le-am dat conturul sitului, limitările la nivel de zonă centrală și zonă istorică, iar în rest au avut libertatea să aleagă să dezvolte de maniera în care ei consideră că este mai potrivit. Aceasta este zona care a fost abordată, o vedeți aici. Ea include, bineînțeles, și o zonă de descărcare arheologică, precum și un viitor drum care va fi creat tot de către noi, care să conecteze zona de strada Palat și Sfântul Andrei și strada Sfântul Andrei. Am să trec un pic mai repede peste obiectivele urbanistice. Bineînțeles, în tot ce înseamnă temă de proiectare, birourile pe care le veți asculta astăzi au primit informații privind toate imaginile din zona centrală, care sunt în general solicitate în etapa de avizare și care în aceste imagini să creăm un spațiu opac față de împrejurim. Bineînțeles, partea de sustenabilitate și noi, în ceea ce ne privește sustenabilitatea, suntem extrem de atenți, întrucât sunt cerințe impuse atât de către finanțatorii noștri, cât și de către chiriași. Iar în ceea ce privește derularea concursului, așa cum am spus, consultări publice, elaborare temă, am început să discutăm cu birourile de arhitectură și, odată ce am selectat, am început o campanie de comunicare. Marea provocare din experiența noastră în organizarea acestui concurs, ca și investitor privat, a fost poate ceva care, mă rog, dincolo de construcția de temă și tot ce element tehnic, a fost sincronizarea unor birouri de astfel de anvergură, în același timp să fie implicați într-un proiect care să fie derulat cu același termen limită. Vorbim despre companii care sunt extrem de ocupate, ca să fiu sinceră, și atunci a fost o mare reușită că am putut să îi sincronizăm. În paralel, am încercat să ținem procesul foarte transparent. Noi suntem aici în mare parte, adică dumneavoastră sunteți specialiști, sunt nume care pentru dumneavoastră sunt cunoscute. În schimb, noi am vrut să ne gândim și la faptul că nu toată lumea știe exact, nu știu, anvergura numelor care sunt promovate și atunci am vrut să facem o campanie de comunicare, să explicăm cine sunt aceste companii, de ce credem că este un lucru extraordinar că ei au făcut o propunere pentru Iași și să comunicăm în principiu despre tot ce înseamnă proces. Să trec un pic aici. Ajung la ultima etapă care s-a întâmplat ieri. Practic, totul a fost sincronizat, toate aceste birouri au transmis soluțiile în același timp, au avut un termen limită, au avut o serie de livrabile, inclusiv panourile pe care le vedeți în cadrul expoziției. Am crezut că este o oportunitate inclusiv pentru persoanele de specialitate să vadă propunerile de manieră organizată și de aceea ne-am gândit la organizarea expoziției de jos, pe care o puteți viziona până pe 16 iulie. Și toate materialele sunt livrate de către participanți. Ieri au fost prezentările către juriu, au fost prezentări individuale, închise, confidențiale. Din acel moment până astăzi, la ora 4, juriul deliberează și formulează un răspuns privind soluția câștigătoare. A fost un proces pe care ne-am dorit să fie cât mai strâns, astfel încât să existe cât mai mică posibilitatea de influențare a celor care iau decizia. Partea de anunțare soluție câștigătoare va fi, cum v-am spus, astăzi și, practic, începând cu astăzi, la ora 4, din perspectiva noastră ca dezvoltator, avem două mari realizări. În primul rând, avem realizarea că o serie de companii absolut extraordinare, cărora le mulțumim cu această ocazie și în mod formal pentru că au ales să fie parte din acest proces, au făcut o propunere pentru Iași. Credem că este o chestiune destul de importantă. Deci aceasta este prima realizare și, doi, avem un proiect cu care, din acest moment, începând de la ora 4 încolo, intrăm pe un făgaș normal de avizare. Pentru noi, într-un fel, munca abia începe. A fost o experiență extraordinară să organizăm acest concurs. Ne bucurăm să-l împărtășim cu dumneavoastră. Îmi cer scuze că am vorbit atât de mult, dar ne bucurăm să-l împărtășim cu dumneavoastră. Credem că data viitoare o să putem să-l facem și mai bine. Am învățat și noi destul de multe din acest proces și începând cu ora 4 încolo, noi o luăm de la zero, adică abia începem munca. Așa că vă mulțumim foarte mult și, în primul rând, vreau să mulțumesc încă o dată UNStudio, FOSTER+PARTNERS, MVRDV, ZAHA HADID. Thank you guys for being here. It's just an amazing opportunity.
Mulțumesc mult, Raluca. Atunci când grupul IULIUS ne-a contactat acum 3 ani pentru consultanța în domeniul alegerii birourilor și invitării birourilor de arhitectură internaționale. A fost un mare lucru pentru noi, pentru unul că eram în Iași. Făceam asta pentru mai multe companii, dar unul că eram în Iași, eram la noi acasă și era o mare mândrie pentru noi să facem acest lucru și doi, că nivelul pe care grupul IULIUS l-a impus aceste competiții era unul deosebit de ridicat, exigent și standardele pe care dumnealor le-au impus în această competiție au fost unele din cele mai performante. Mulțumesc foarte mult grupului IULIUS pentru această oportunitate pe care o dă orașului nostru și a sosit acum momentul să invităm moderatorii pe scenă. Am să încep prin a invita pe scenă pe doamna conferențiar dr. François Pamphil, Universitatea de Arhitectură și Urbanism Ion Mincu București. Vă rog, doamnă, critic de arhitectură. Vă rog. Am să continui cu domnul Răzvan Nica, șef de lucrări, prodecan al Facultății de Arhitectură din Iași. Vă rog. Și tânăra generație trebuie să-și aibă locul pe scenă într-o moderare de arhitectură și de aceea îl invit pe Vlad Țundrea. Mult succes și să începem în forță!
Bună ziua, bine ați venit! Este o bucurie pentru arhitectură că suntem aici și cred că dacă ar fi să ne întrebăm ce anume ne face să fim curioși despre viitorul orașelor, probabil că răspunsul cel mai simplu este că, din fericire, le locuim, cu bucurie le transmitem mai departe și cu încăpățânare le visăm. Față de cele 6 obiective implicate în temă, care sunt obiective urbane, de arheologie, de patrimoniu, obiective ecologice și economice. Probabil că ceea ce au în comun răspunsurile celor 4 birouri de arhitectură invitate este o calitate incredibilă a fiecărui proiect de a fi vizionar și am să vă invit să vă uitați la proiectele și la machetele de jos, având cheia de lectură Iași, adică I pentru interes, A pentru atenție, S pentru soluție și, bineînțeles, I pentru inovație. Pentru că, în ciuda faptului că soluțiile sunt atât de diferite, atât de bogate, cu autonomii de atitudini și de reacții bine asumate, ele au în comun această intensitate de a răspunde consecvent temelor, cu interes, cu atenție, cu soluții bine rezolvate și cu multă inovație. Din acest punct de vedere, cred că poate înțelegem de ce ne ajută și spațiul în care ne aflăm, pentru că ați parcurs drumul către sala asta, intrând prin holul de distribuție al Palatului Culturii, care e o cameră. E o cameră cu 4 unghiuri diedre, e o cameră care așteaptă un câștigător, așteaptă o viziune, așteaptă o implementare. Și am să închei această scurtă salutare a invitațiilor, zicând că, cine știe, poate nu-i întâmplător că suntem în sala voievozilor, pentru că merită să sperăm că arhitecții sunt un fel de voievozi ai viitorului. Mulțumesc!
Bună dimineața tuturor! Bine ați venit! Eu recunosc că sunt onorat de prezența mea într-o companie atât de specială și plecând de la discuțiile de astăzi și văzând, evident, proiectele expuse la parter, sper să putem să extragem o serie de principii. Ce poate însemna o arhitectură actuală, adaptată unui context și fără să ne referim aici exclusiv la un context construit cu însemnătate istorică, ci poate gândindu-ne mai departe ce înseamnă o intervenție atât de importantă într-un oraș, ce impact are asupra comunității și ce înseamnă, de fapt, susținerea unei zone simbolice pentru orașul Iași. Dar mai mult decât atâta, să extragem acele principii care vizează nu numai Iașul, ci, în general, arhitectura și orașul pregătit pentru viitor. Mulțumesc!
Ca să înțeleg și eu magnitudinea a ceea ce se întâmplă și oportunitatea și precedentul care se creează, primul lucru care îmi vine în minte este să invoc anii de studenție. Că mi se pare un pic suprarealist și copleșitor că 4 dintre cele mai influente firme de arhitectură din lume concurează pentru valorificarea unui sit atât de complicat în centrul Iașului. De ce spun că asta e studenția îmi vine în minte? Pentru că auzind aceste 4 nume nu pot să mă gândesc decât la acele reacții de no way. Când citeam publicațiile de specialitate care îi menționau. Și într-o școală funcționalistă au descoiat, pentru mine și pentru mulți în perioada aia, au descoiat o lume parcă secretă a libertății de exprimare în arhitectură. Cum să vă spun, un șir de revelații în utilizarea tehnologiei și în limbajul arhitecturii de competiție. Mulțumesc!
Și cu certitudine pentru studenții în arhitectură, și permiteți-mi să năzuiesc că fiecare arhitect rămâne într-un fel un student, pentru că dorește să învețe până la adânci bătrânețe. Deci, pentru fiecare student, ideea de a fi în aceeași sală cu nume mari este într-adevăr copleșitor, este emoționant, este un lucru care îți taie respirația, dar este și hrănitor. Există o fericire a mândriei că limbajul arhitectural este un limbaj care unește și care are valori comune și care, într-un fel, ne face prieteni fără să ne știm precis. Am să revin la Iași și am să lansez seria de prezentări a celor 4 birouri cu o foarte scurtă observație. Vă spuneam la început că atitudinile lor au în comun cuvântul Iași. Și acum am să vă rog să-mi permiteți să locuiesc un pic pe calitățile Iașului, menționând ce au în comun proiectele. Proiectele au în comun această pendulare plină de respect între istorie și viitor, această atitudine de a deschide spațiile orașului, de a le oferi comunității, de a lucra cu instrumente care sunt teritorii de limită, de buffer, de coprezențe, de spații partajate, de spații comune. Și am să vă citesc foarte pe scurt titlurile proiectelor ca să înțelegeți această scriere fantastică care unifică toate cele 4 propuneri. History 2.0 este proiectul propus de echipa FOSTER+PARTNERS, reprezentată aici de Maximilian Zielinski și de Daniel Zielinski, pe care îi salut. Hills of Iași este o reunire de caracteristici care țin de locuire și din implicare socială, un proiect propus de MVRDV, ai căror reprezentanți astăzi sunt domnii arhitecți Hidon Masland și Heis Ricken, cărora le spun bine ați venit. Palace rezidențial Bridging Time, Bridging Communities este titlul biroului de proiectare UNStudio și Stella Nicolakaki, împreună cu Denis Manisali, alături de Arian Dinste, care a fost prezent ieri, sunt cei care lucrează din anii 93, de 20 de ani de ei, alții de 10, în UNStudio. Și în cele din urmă, numai din cauza că sunt cu litera Z și îi enumerăm în ordine alfabetică, Heritage Innovation in Between este numele proiectului propus de echipa ZAHA HADID, unde Gianluca Racana, Maurizio Meossi, Cristina Capana și Bogdan Zaha sunt numai o parte din cei care s-au străduit să răspundă acestei teme foarte provocante. În concluzie, istorie, patrimoniu, dealuri, palate, înăuntru și afară, împreună și pentru oraș, sunt elementele acestor proiecte. Am să-l rog acum pe domnul Răzvan Nica să prezinte primul birou de arhitectură, mulțumindu-vă.
Mulțumesc. Mie îmi revine sarcina de a prezenta cât se poate pe scurt biroul FOSTER+PARTNERS. Și aici apare, de fapt, prima problemă. Dacă ar fi să mă adresez exclusiv arhitecților, tot demersul ar fi inutil. Nu avea nevoie de absolut nicio prezentare. Apa e udă și gata. Dar ne adresăm tuturor și atunci iarăși apare altă dificultate. cum sintetizezi o activitate atât de bogată și cum extragi de acolo esența. Și atunci am să încerc, de fapt, să trec introducerea asta printr-un filtru personal. M-am gândit care ar fi 3 concepte pe care le vedem în toate proiectele lor. Și poate acestea ar fi, odată, sustenabilitate, 2, inovație și 3, eleganță. Sustenabilitatea, dacă ne uităm pe absolut toate proiectele elaborate de FOSTER+PARTNERS, începând chiar cu 10 de ani în urmă, sunt unul dintre obiectivele principale și aproape aș spune că acest birou a reușit să promoveze principiile sustenabilității și să ajungem în ziua de astăzi ca acele principii, de fapt, să fie obligatorii pentru tot ce înseamnă în ziua de astăzi arhitectură. Aș selecta câteva lucrări să le menționez, dar, într-adevăr, aici e cât se poate de dificil și selecția ar fi subiectivă. Eu, personal, mă gândesc cumva în ordine cronologică, odată la intervenția asupra unei clădiri cu o valoare simbolică profundă, la Reichstagul din Berlin. După aia mă gândesc la turnul Hearst din New York, o prezență absolut remarcabilă în silueta unui țesut urban atipic și mai aproape de prezent, la ce înseamnă colaborarea FOSTER+PARTNERS cu Apple și complexul Apple Park. Și aici mă opresc și invit pe scenă pe 2 dintre partenerii acestui birou de arhitectură, senior partners, Daniel Zielinski și Maximilian Zielinski. Vă rugăm!
Hello, everyone. Daniel and I, we're both Romanians, but we're going to speak today in English. We're really thankful for all our international colleagues who came here and respect that a lot. And I think the audience as well would appreciate if all of us speak the same language. We're here to talk to you about Iasi and why we're here. We're extremely excited to have made it, to be in this company, and we'd like to take you through our projects. But before that, we'd like to give you a few words about our practice for the wider audience. I hope this is working, the presentation. Okay, so we are FOSTER+PARTNERS. We are an office based in London. Daniel and myself are senior partners, part of an amazing team of professionals. And this is our office. We're at the edge of the Thames. This is just part of it. And we've got, I think, around 20 offices around the world. We do really exciting work. Every project is different. Every project is tailored, is done specifically for its requirement. And you'll see we did the same approach for Iasi. Nothing is the same, we think. We're 1,700 specialists. And these are our departments. We think we're absolutely unique in the world in doing this. Architecture is our main goal, and design as well. But all these other functions, structural engineering, environmental engineering, sustainability, really important, and many, many others are key parts of our business, or not business, our way of working. All integrated, all leading to what we think is the best design. And this allows us to tackle every type of project. Yeah, and said, every time is different. Every time we approach it as if it's our first project. A short film about our practice. If you don't mind putting the sound up, I'll go back. So everything you'll see here is our colleagues, it's our buildings, it's our way of working. I hope this explains a bit of how we work.
We have always believed that great design makes a difference. However hard, however uncertain, we still believe in that truth, that in some way we can contribute to a better world. By further pursuing our holistic approach, by entrusting in our people, we lay the foundations today that will help you design for a brighter tomorrow. Diversity leads to richness, inclusivity, strength, collaboration. Our future leaders stand among us today, those who dare to dream, those with ideas that reach far into the global community. They will carry this responsibility into a future yet unknown, redefining travel, mobility, the way that we work, the energy that we harness, the medicine we develop, the cities that we build, the planets we will inhabit. Creating a balanced world of nature and humanity, where creativity, connectivity, and sustainability drive our society, working alongside the catalysts of change, the thought leaders, the vision makers, the game changers. We endeavour to improve ourselves, to nurture a workplace you can be proud of, to acknowledge and meet the challenges of an ever-changing world. We are the designers, the innovators, the problem solvers, the drivers of what we will become. In your hands, the power to make a difference. We can be at the heart of helping to design a better future. We have come a long way, but the journey has just begun.
I think it's a good ending because it is one of our dear projects, the Apple Park. I think probably some of you know we worked for 7 or 8 years on that project. But of course we're here to talk about Iasi, which has been an amazing journey for us. Actually at the opposite pole in terms of how respectful and how careful we've looked at it. So the few topics we'd like to take you through today about the project, about Iasi, is why we love Iasi, the context integration, the public realm, a bit about the development, the residences, and sustainability. We came here, we sketched, we know every single monument, every single street by now. It was quite daunting, and I think for all of our colleagues to figure this out, but it's so much going on. We're now confident we understand it all. We sketched the environment to get a sense for the scale, for the intricacy of details, and how people actually perceive the space. So the main question is, what do we want to achieve here in Iasi, and what do you require? And we mentioned this, it's a balancing act for us. It has to be respectful of its history, but also futuristic. It has to be respectful of the heritage, but visionary, and so on. All these different components, and we have to find the right answer for Iasi. It's not an easy answer. But we had some help. The IULIUS group, of course, organized all this. Without them, nothing would have happened. But the people of Iasi gave their opinions, and we took that into consideration. It has to be a place for the people, a sustainable city, a green city, a university center, and so on, but also in the corner small, an architectural icon. So we've tried to balance all that as well. The experts, the jury, we had a tremendous brief that helped us all develop the project. So all these came to mind, what the project should be. Sustainable, friendly, nature, complex, historic, innovative, a catalyst, all of these. So for us, the vision is for the project, for Iasi, is to be sustainable, friendly, residential, the public realm, a historic heritage, and a destination for the entire city. So we went back to our London office with a lot of energy. This is our team. We built models, we sketched. This is our professor from Stuttgart sketching on the master plan. Nick Haddock, our head of landscape design, he found out he's got relatives in Iasi here. So imagine he was super excited to do the landscape design and so on, sustainability team. And we also review it very often with our most experienced people, our most senior people. So it all starts with history. As an architect, you design for the present with an awareness of the past for a future which is essentially unknown, a quote for our founder, Lord Foster. So we did that extreme analysis going into depth of what Iasi is, and one of the key factors was for us is the site was always at the edge of the citadel, just outside the citadel's boundary. But it also was built, which is interesting, and the front was much closer if you look outside where the current build is. It created a plaza. And everything beyond that was floodable, and actually not almost a slum for many centuries. When the river got channeled and contained, St. Andrew managed to grow and develop, and that was the opportunity. So now the site, because of that, is at the center of all these major axes and at the center of the city and has an amazing potential. And for us, the main one is to bring life from the Palace Park all the way down through the heart of St. Andrew down to the River Park and make that also a feature in the future. We looked at the topography, and here we found this connect of you have a large level difference, which goes all around. I don't think I have a pointer. And you've seen how successful the slope is at the IULIUS Mall. We have the similar opportunity here to create a southern and southwestern facing area for the people to enjoy. And we looked at the streetscape and saw that there's not much connectivity linking you down towards the river. So the opportunities, of course, and I think many did this, is to connect through with pedestrian links, but also with the vehicular links, almost like stitching the city together. Context integration played a tremendous part. We're in a historic context and fabric, and this is an old depiction of Iasi, really beautiful, with the Metropolitan Church. So trying to really summarize very basic, the first moves for the context integration is taking the planning regulation, protecting the views, enhancing the public realm, lighting and orientation, the outward views for the apartments to ensure best quality for the inhabitants, and stepping the gardens back. So almost like a sculptor goes and starts shaping the massing. The planning regulations are clear. I mean, we personally are very familiar with it, being Romanian, so for us it was quite easy to determine what the setbacks, everything has to be. This is the maximum volume you would be allowed to build on this site. A bit taller at the palace, and you can gradually going down towards St. Andrew. That was already a clue for us. This is what the city is trying to achieve. So we started this view corridor analysis, and we did it really thorough, but we'll come to that. We've predicted what people flow would do, what the desire lines are, and created connections to link the active zone from the Palace Place down to the river. And this resulted in further cuts through the massing. Sun and getting light, the right quality for the spaces, but also for the accommodation, for the apartments, is really important. So we mapped the sun on this maximum volume and realized that there wasn't enough light within that central plaza. There's a piece of the land which we're not allowed to build on. It's the regulation. So that for us remained unbuilt, and the result is by lowering those volumes substantially, we managed to get the southern and western sun. This is the volume. And then, of course, for the apartments and the quality of those, the best views, looking at the palace and looking also towards the city and also Galata towards the south. And we've run that parametrically to study and prove that everyone has great views out. The final step is this stepping terraces towards the St. Andrew Quarter. It's providing this landscaped environment, a garden, quality for the apartments, but also helps us run down towards a different type of grain. We did loads of studies. We play with models, and we've tested them. And for us, we think there's almost like Cinderella's shoe. The building has to fit within the given parameters, which we've studied. Yeah, and this is another model. That's how we work. It's almost impossible from us to detach. It's the best way to look at it. There's a model downstairs, but we've done it ourselves as well, just to understand it better. And it has more context and more activation. So protecting the views will go quite quickly. Everyone has done it, but we can assure you this has been studied in thorough details. And there's protected views, sensible views, and complementing views. All of Ștefan cel Mare, as you walk through it, you should never see the development. It doesn't matter how important it is. It doesn't matter how beautiful it is. You should never see it. Yeah, so the massing in its state is always hidden behind the monuments. There's one particular view, if you go to the other side of this street, where you could see a bit of it. So immediate step for us was cut it off. You can't see it. It's conflicting with history. If you go to Poduroș, you can see the Metropolitan Church, Cathedral, and you can see the overlap of the building. Again, immediately, we want to remove that. We want to have this view corridor, see the cathedral. So the cut goes right through the volume. You barely see it. But also this opportunity while you're there and you walk around to enhance the riverside. So for us, it's looking outwards. It's not looking only at the site. It's looking at the entire city and finding moments. Another important view, maybe unusual, but it's the palace seen from the overpass, and quite a big overlap with the maximum volume. So here, we cut a bit more in order to allow for that tower and most of this building to be visible from all around the city. This is always going to be the main protagonist of the city. And there's some other views, yeah, where you complement. The building becomes part of the composition. It's end of the perspective, in this case, or within the palace place. And we've tried to break down the massing, scale it down to start meeting the height requirements for the old monuments. We've also did a few additional views because we walked around the streets and found out that there's really important sight lines that should be protected. One of them from the Metropolitan Church, looking to Biserica Lipovenească, and you can see those towers, and they're actually shining in the light. If you see, it's quite a glossy surface, and it's a pity to lose that. So again, we've reacted to that, and you can see it now. Similar from St. Andrew, as you walk to that street, there's a visual connection to the Catedrala Metropolitana, and we can recess the volume or cut it in order to allow for that view to happen. And finally, this view from the river towards the Sfântul Nicolae Domnesc, end of perspective, really important for us to see it. So from the river, get the connection to the plaza all the way there. So another cut through the massing. So after all these steps, from this maximum volume, which is the regulation, you can build this, we went into shaping it to a grain that we think feels very integrated within the fabric. Larger buildings to the front, the smaller grain towards the St. Andrew Quarter. And also in a section or elevation, you can see the palace is still always the king of the place, and our building is creating a front and is gently stepping down towards St. Andrew, always below the palace. In terms of the development, the building itself, a few ideas so you understand how it's structured. The public realm is for us the most important thing. It's a high space, everyone can go through. It's public. This is a gift for the city from everyone, from the developer, from everyone. The residential is clearly separated. It's it's a more private program, and we want to keep it separated in terms of function, acoustic, and so on. And below the services, the parking that's required per law, also as much efficient as possible, because the more efficient you do that, the more you can have quality at the top. In terms of program, residential, primarily in St. Andrew, it makes a lot of sense to have some of that on our site as well, and then the activity towards the palace. So that's basically how the massing works for us, very simply. Parking, the whole commercial or the whole public space at the ground plane and first floor, and then everything above is apartment, very, very well structured. The public realm is the most important thing of the project, and it's structured around the people of Iași. So we took into account everyone's opinion, and we wanted to create this place really as vibrant as its people, very diverse. We can, from the Palace Place, meandering down landscape path into a contained plaza, which can be the heart of this place, and then further down to St. Andrew, where another little
I think
plaza
the project should be called, I think, History. Just a little annotation, is probably the title of the entire competition. For us, it's probably the Heart of St. Andrew, that's the title, which is more appropriate probably. The Heart of Iași is obviously this place in front of us, while that can become something that relates to this, but also to the
St.
Andrew neighborhood, which was always somehow forgotten in history.
So it's a really active place that is programmable all the way throughout the year. You can do events there, and you can have people meeting. Now, day one is where we see the development today is structured around the plot, and we've designed it in such a way that all the cars actually stay on the outside. You don't bring drop-offs on the site. We want to enhance the public realm as much as possible. It's all a park. But what our opportunity, what we saw in this is actually the future, is where you think Anastasie Panu and Palat Street could be connected through an underground connection. And that could open up this whole thing to the palace. It's pedestrianizing this area and connecting the Ștefan cel Mare to the palace entry. I think that's years ahead. We don't know if that's possible, but for us, it became a dream. And we think this could be a contribution, a real contribution to the city as well. Yeah, so really a pedestrianized area, a large park. And we said, how can we quantify that? How can we explain it to you? It could create a park that's 11.5 hectares, and that's the size of the Copeau Park at the end of this axis. So you have these two poles, two amazing parks within the city. Okay, some scale comparison, Jardin de Tuileries in Paris, for example, if you know, or Green Park in London. It could be absolutely amazing having something like that. And landscape-wise, the concept is to come from a classical landscape towards a more naturalistic one, towards the base, towards the river. It's a clear reference to the formal part of the city, the Palace Plaza, and then the more natural riverbanks. We even worked out the palette. I told you about the landscape architect in our team who found family. He got really excited. We have a native palette here as well. And that's the image in this future expression where the axis can be programmable. You can have events, markets, all of that. The tram can still go through, and then the two buildings that we're suggesting can create this link to the river. It's almost like a portal, encouraging people to go down to that site. The archaeological heritage and how we enhance it, we have an exhibition space and a gallery within the left-hand side building. There's three moments within this project. There's the park at the top, there's the heart of St. Andrew, the central plaza, and the St. Andrew Square at the base. And this is how they relate to the topography. Topography gives us a chance to create different moments, different quality of spaces. And it should be super vibrant and varied. Yeah? The St. Andrew is dedicated to the neighborhood. It's supposed to be little shops, flower shops, the butcher, or everything, the amenities the city would need. The heart of St. Andrew is something more vibrant. It's restaurants, it's evening, it's sunset, it's all of that. And the park, the Palace Park, is a bit more formal. It's what we see here with enhanced. It's the layout. We have the two major buildings towards the palace. It's a bit more formal. We have larger mass here. And then as you go down, you have the three smaller elements facing the St. Andrew neighborhood. Really important for us was to activate the streetscape as well. The opposite side might get improved as well, and we think this should be a pleasant walk down the street towards the river. It's not only about the internal circulation. The heart of St. Andrew is clearly defined, that's public space. And a really interesting thing that we thought and we wanted to bring here is the quality of the outdoor space. So we're giving 1,000 square meters of covered space, outdoor space. So this idea came about, which is really embedded within the Romanian, Moldavian way of thinking, it's a very sensible approach to how to be outdoors when it's raining, when you have too much sun, how to protect the building. And we took that a step further. And we know the climate actually wants this. There's great quality from March to November. You can stay outdoors, enjoy the weather, but it's also quite rainy. It's almost as rainy as London. So you want some protection. This is an image coming through that pathway towards the river. And you can see people enjoying the weather, enjoying the outside. It can be autumn, and you're still outside protected. This canopy also provides you privacy from the apartments above and creates a clear separation, which we think is required. People want their privacy. The warm materiality, we think the future is happy. The future should be warm timber, maybe stone. It should be something pleasant. It's a place for the city. And as you move down to the heart of St. Andrew, you get larger height, people enjoying the outdoors. It can be almost like a Rockefeller moment. People come there to enjoy all seasons. And of course, the view corridors. You can see all these different historic and the connection to the monuments. Coming down to St. Andrew, this is a much smaller scale dedicated to the neighborhood. Reference to the river, a little water fountain. People can stay and enjoy the evening sun. This is orientated towards west and towards south. So you can imagine in the afternoon enjoying a coffee or a beer and having the sun really, it could be the best moment of the project. And this is the view in the evening for the neighborhood. It's a smaller scale. People come in from these little streets and they find this oasis. And still, you see this connection to the old city, the old part. Trei Ierarhi, Sfântul Nicolae Domnesc, and the palace. In terms of parking and the building for the architects and the ones more interested, I think the few points we took from this was to try and keep it as efficient as possible. We've created that large block at the end, which contains most of the parking. We managed to do it over 3 levels, which allows us to, I think our best gain is to, what we do is future-proof the building. So in the future, you can imagine, maybe there's not so much parking required because people, it's self-driving cars or the proximity is closer. So you can transform the conventional section, either in putting more car parks or actually transform it into offices or retail or anything you want.
So the first floor and the second floor, or ground floor and first floor, they can be transformed in the future. And you can have, as you can see in this plan, parking now, but in the future you can actually have offices, or you can have further commercial opportunities, shops, kitchens, whatever it is, restaurants. So that's a big future-proofing component.
Coming to the residences, this should be a proper address for its inhabitants. It has to be successful also for the client, for everyone. It has to be a viable project. So we think we've tailored it in these 5 buildings, all of them being slightly individual. The ones at the Palace, we call Palace residences, and the St. Andrew residences. Quite discreet entrances in these ones. You come in gentle, but then the space opens. There's large residential lobbies, and we wanted to emphasize this verticality. The atriums are open, and you can see over multiple floors. So you have a grand sense of entry to your building. Simple layouts, everything around the central atriums and the cores in terms of functions, and then all the front of house spaces, living room, terraces, bedrooms, all facing the views out. Everything has great quality, the 1-bedroom apartments, the 2-bedroom apartments facing the most incredible views, and each building has a penthouse at the top, a 3-bedroom apartment. Just as an example, this was the brief. Yeah, very small 1-bedroom apartments, but for us, for every single one, we want to ensure quality. So you come in, you've got the living and kitchen can be closed. A large terrace, very important, because people start enjoying their homes more and more now and got used to spending more time there. And ensuite bedroom. And this, I think, has quite a quality. The planting as a filter, etc. I
think also worth saying is every apartment type has this corner condition. So you get diagonal views throughout from each and every condition.
The 2 bedrooms, these ones are facing this place, the Palace. You're coming in centrally, you've got this longitudinal living room with a terrace, and just quicker, this is the view you would get. I think it's really incredible for whoever moves in here. And then the penthouse, these are 2 stories, large double-height living room, terrace all the way around, and you can also access the upper floor through a service route from the second floor. You want to talk through the vision?
Okay, in terms of the vision, I think for us there are a few components. It's the verticality, what we recognized. Every building in this city, or the majority of the important ones, the palace, all the churches, the Catedrala Metropolitana, they all have a common theme, it's verticality. And we tried with our concept to express that. The other one was the horizontality of the canopy and this overhang, which creates this intimate feeling of being under the canopy, being in this warm environment and friendly environment. So taking all those on boards, we developed this with a strong presence at the palace, the enhanced verticality, which also creates this slender appearance, a minimal appearance, if you would also imagining it outside, and then translating it into the horizontal plane. And this can create quite an iconic appearance, we think, and striking appearance, which would work very well in relation with the palace and with the existing fabric. And you can imagine it in a few years with the park in front and the whole landscape coming to life.
I think this is what we're looking to achieve, is this really openness of the space, the building leading you through to the next piece of development in the city, the river probably, and creating this permeability through the site.
I think materiality was also one of our topics we thought about really in depth, and we wanted to make it of the place. And we found inspiration in all sorts of materials and buildings. And something that drew our attention is the terracotta or tiles. And there's a lot of craftsmanship in it, in local history. But we, of course, want to give it the innovation and the twist of it has to be very performing. It can be large formats of super bioactive ceramics, which can do self-cleaning. They can even do air cleaning potentially. So quite innovative in that sense. And it gives us also the opportunity to separate and differentiate between the 5 buildings, to give them their own identity. Because we're building a part of the city. We're building a small neighborhood with these buildings. And then we found the intricacy of the details as well, which also highlights, in a way, the verticality, but also refinement in the project. And I think this helped us define and create an architecture that is timeless, that would stay and withstand the passing of time. Sustainability, really, really important for us. We left it for last, but just to make a point. It's everything you saw is building the layers of sustainability from bottom up, with a park, with a wellness component. Our office is doing sustainability, as you mentioned, since the 70s, since it was founded. And throughout every project, there was innovation in that respect. Yes. We have a crisis. I think everyone knows global warming. It's becoming more and more evident, but it's also quantified nowadays. So it's not just, it's clear facts. And we, at the moment, we're emitting much more than we're actually the Earth, the biocapacity can take. Yeah, so it's going the wrong way, definitely. And just to put it into perspective, yeah, this is kind of, this is Europe, this is Romania. We are producing more carbon, 2.3 times more than the Earth can absorb. Yeah, the US is the worst, yeah, so we're better than that here. But it's not good, yeah, it's not good at all. So, but we can do many things about it. And we, as an office, have been involved in the Paris Agreement and writing and helping visualize what it means, because it's a very complicated and detailed document. But it says we have to limit the temperature, the global temperature rise, to 1.5 degrees. At the moment, the temperature rise historically, you can see, has risen from the industrial age till now with about 1 degree. We want to contain that. At the moment, what the project is doing with a BREEAM Excellent, which is an achievement, of course, I mean, it's one of the standards, it's a high standard, it's only achieving, as you can see, 4 degrees, yeah? So it's not that forward thinking. And we want to try and push the boundaries for that as well.
I think we want to do a lot better than that, and we think we have all the tools to do it. So just to put it into perspective, buildings will have the same fate as cars in a way. Petrol cars are being banned, electric cars, we see it throughout the world, and bad buildings will also be punished in a way. If you're not performing, you're not going to be competing. You're not going to be able to build anymore. So it has to be taken really seriously by our industry.
And we try to summarize it as much as we can. This is specifically for Iași, for this project, in this location. And you can see we always talk about operational cost, carbon, which is what the building consumes in its lifetime. And we have to actually address also the embodied carbon, how you build it and how efficient you build it. And you can see it's a much bigger component of this. I think one thing to highlight from this is the transport. We're very good because we're in the center of the city. That's already a given, so that's perfect. And that's, I think, something to promote. You have to build further in the city and be closer so you can use public transport and you can have walking distances. Now, we have the tools to lower every component that we just mentioned, yeah, from the point where we're here, of how you start the project and how you design, to the structure, facades, and so on. We have the means of lowering the carbon to about 40%, yeah, which is already reaching, you can see, 2 degrees, yeah, so it's getting close to that 1.5. And then you can additionally push with offsets, yeah, by investing in forests or building a park in front and other things. So we see it as an organism, the whole building, and we'll just cut it short, but it's starting with what we talked about, the park, the public realm. It's all about well-being and how people feel in this environment. And then it starts with more physical, starting with how the building actually interacts and performs. Yeah, so a zero carbon development, the resources, how you build. Is it a concrete building? Is it a timber building? Conserving the water, so capturing all that water that rains 11 days a month. Putting the people first, of course, and then also learning while operating the building. And that ties in very well with the well-being of the people, of course, and it creates this whole quality of the project.
Okay, so I think just summarizing the project, what we're trying to achieve is to give a lot more to Iași than just a building or just that site, is to enhance our thinking through a citywide maybe approach. And I think these are the key facts. Today the site is inaccessible, there's nothing. Tomorrow when we manage to do something or someone does, you do get quality space, outdoor space, but there's also this further potential which we're really keen to explore. And I think just in terms of what I think the focus should be is pedestrian-focused, nature-orientated and sustainable, respectful towards its history, and diverse, lively, and open. And we think it should be undoubtedly Iași. When you see it, you recognize it as a piece of the city. Thank you. Sorry for that.
Mulțumim foarte mult pentru prezentare și, de fapt, tot discursul susține ideea unei arhitecturi gândite ca un sistem care are la bază o serie de determinanți, elemente, toate interconectate și care conduc către o soluție. Dar unul din elementele astea și, de fapt, probabil elementul care ar trebui să rămână central și din proiectul noastră era evident urmărit, este omul, respectiv comunitatea. Și ați amintit termeni precum diversitate, conexiuni, spațiu public, Și chiar și denumirea proiectului, History 2.0, care clar leagă obiectul, intervenția, propunere de un context. V-aș întreba ce înseamnă un spațiu public adevărat, dedicat comunității și, așa cum spuneți, gândit nu doar pentru momentul actual, ci și pentru viitor.
De unde să luăm întrebare? Spațiul public în Iași e zona aceasta pietonală și piața Palatului, care cred că în mintea noastră și probabil a tuturor vor rămâne elementele principale. Ceea ce realizăm noi este un spațiu clar subordonat acestuia, numai că cum îl vedem noi este putem să atragem lumea, cum explicam, către Sfântul Andrei, zona respectivă, să-i creăm un moment. Momentan nu există niciun fel de spațiu public acolo, în afară de părcușorul de la Podul Roșu, și să atragem lumea din oraș, poate să găsească un moment, o oază mai protejată, să creăm varietate în spațiile publice. Există unul mare de anvergură, există un parc în spate, poate mai comercial, parcul IULIUS, și noi credem că putem să facem ceva la scară urbană, la scara zonei Sfântul Andrei, care este mai fragmentat, dar care se deschide către exterior, nu este o zonă închisă. Toate axele, toate străduțele, circulația care o creăm e aceea de a invita lumea să vadă prin sit, dar să și găsească o destinație acolo, pe sit, suficientă cât să-i rețină și să creeze un moment memorabil.
Este, cred, și un spațiu care poate fi redescoperit de fiecare dată, prin varietatea pe care o oferă, prin granularitatea pe care o oferă. Este întotdeauna, îl găsești altfel. Este animat în continuu și sunt spații la scară umană, cred că asta este important. Dimensiunile, proporțiile, înălțimile și în plan, dar și înălțimea spațiului sunt în așa fel planificate încât să te rețină și să te inspire să rămâi la o cafea, în restaurantele acelea și chiar și în partea de muzeu, de galerii, de wellness care le propunem, că pot fi flexibile.
Mulțumesc foarte mult. Și acum cred că avem timp pentru o întrebare din public, deși sunt ferm convins că toată lumea are foarte multe întrebări. Nu?
Because we don't have questions from the public, I would like to congratulate you both for the vivacity of your conviction in architecture. Because one of the FOSTER+PARTNERS' attitude to generate excellent architecture, it's to ultimately lift up spirits. This is from your credo. And I believe that there are two titles in your design. It's History 2.0 and Heart of St. Andrew. And maybe Kevin Lynch, with his fantastic theory of legibility and landmarks and points in the city, helps us to understand why an architectural massing strategy might see the city territory as a collection of very precious elements that needs to be revealed. So for this revealing, thank you very much, both, for your presentation and for your design.
Thank you. Thank you.
Am să continui prin a invita pe scenă pe cei de la MVRDV și în paralel voi face și o scurtă introducere. Can you please step on stage? I'd like to say a few words first. A smile, a smile can get off my face when I think about MVRDV. The sense of humor, the nonconformist vision are a few catalysts of my reaction, which actually hides profound admiration for what you have done so far. The clarity, the simplicity, the natural way in which everything goes down to human scale and is humanized, especially as a product of a strongly computational design in which the evolution of technology is so evident. And this always fascinated from the first pixel that I saw in your projects. The first huge cantilevered structure and that first orange splash that fills even the keyhole of a door. Incredible landscapes, urban landscapes, filled with tens of thousands of square meters, are just justified by themselves in your projects. And reading about you, it's clear that they want to help solve one of the main aspects that you seem to have in mind. And that is density, speculating density to mitigate the extension of new construction. And so the impact it could have on the environment. Your projects are sometimes applied science, and they use groundbreaking technologies, and they innovate in the spirit of a big office, beyond the rhythm of the current construction practice. It seems to me like you truly design happiness and color, and you create adventure. Thank you. You can go on.
All right. Yes, audible. Thank you very much for this great introduction. I feel humbled by your words. And it's interesting to hear you say so many things that I wanted to tell you at the very beginning of this presentation, also to introduce our office to you and to try to tell you a little bit about how we want to perceive architecture, how we want to try to get the urban realm to become something more, something social for everybody, and how we use indeed research and data-driven design to make these designs of us readable and very clearly transponding and translating this message to its users and to the people of the cities and the landscapes that they are in. So thank you very much for that. Thanks also to Cher, to Julius, and to the Order of Architects here for having us here and having us here to tell you about our proposal. I will start very briefly with the introduction of the team that we have been working on for this project. One of our founding partners, Winnie Maas, was here yesterday to present. After visiting the site and after personally becoming involved with the project, he wanted to be here, to experience here, and to tell the story that we came up together with the team here personally because of the place that this project takes in Iasi and the importance of that. Next to that, we have Gideon and me, who have been pulling the project. Gideon is here. He will be here later today for the panel discussion also to answer any further questions, and the rest of the people that helped us with this fantastic project over these years. These are a couple of our partners and one of our recently completed buildings in Rotterdam, the Depot, a building where we have made the first publicly accessible museum depot. So this is a place where you can actually walk through the Monets, through the art pieces of the museum that is next to it, and see people working on it, restoring it in a great architectural promenade to the top, where we have placed a park on top to emphasize again this idea of us that we want to densify cities, we want to make them livable and green at the same time. We do that from different offices around the world, a couple opening up in the coming days also, and we do that with a lot of people nowadays. We are 300 here together on an office trip that we took to our building Valley in Amsterdam, and we have a broad range of nationalities there that brings a diversity to the office, a necessity in these times, but also an obligation to try and bring together different cultures when you are working across the globe. We do that on different plans as well, from the very small to the very large, because we think that if you want to make the detail work, and if you want to make pristine and precise architecture, then you also have to work on the other end of the spectrum and to master plan and to make sure that there's an overarching vision into which those details could fit. And this is something that we have found here for the city of Iasi, that there is a great potential there currently to build such a framework, to try and see if there's a grander vision possible for the city, and to think about future developments, and indeed the cities of the future. What is the Iasi of the future? There needs to be a roadmap introduced so that all can communicate about it, can participate about it, as we are doing here today, and to try and find that way forward that we can all agree on. So these are the type of things that we try to do. We design green and innovative and social places, like this market hall actually here in Tainan, which seems to be a landscape, but underneath actually are the stalls that will sell the foods that we will grow on top of this building. And these are the kind of studies in density indeed that we do, that we try to mix functions and we try to compactize them also in order to make our buildings more energy efficient, make our building processes more efficient, and actually make better use of the available space that we have in our cities, which is becoming more and more limited. And we research to do that. We try to investigate with universities how we can make human towers that are open and porous, that can sprout plants and allow oxygen to go in, instead of the basic extrusions that we see popping up in a lot of parts of the world nowadays. We want to try and see what it would look like if everybody would actually design their own apartment and we would stack it on top of each other into a tower. What a great tower that would be. And by being that radical and that almost provocative, we want to try and inspire people to think anew about these things that we have been thinking about for years and for decades, and sometimes we are unable to think differently about and to be a little bit more innovative about. One of an example of the buildings that we do here, the Markt Hall in Rotterdam, where we used actually apartments to make a fresh market hall in the middle, and we have painted a great mural on the inside of that hall with windows of the people looking down onto the hall, actually being able to almost put a little fishing rod down and get a banana from the market stand and hoist it back up again. So this interaction of people and place and activities there is one of our essential elements. The depot, as I just already explained, and another building that we're doing right now that I want to show you because it is about history and it's about integrating old and new. You see buildings here by Aldo van Eyck, a very famous Dutch structuralist architect, monuments that needed to be protected by a new development somehow, because there was an advancing city that was threatening the building. And we needed to somehow add something to it, but still be respectful to the history. And so we created a landscraper that is almost hovering over it, taking a very respectable distance of it, so creating a tension between the two buildings, where you can see that old and new are actually meeting together. You see that there at the upper image, a place where you can walk through, where you have bridges between the two buildings, connecting the past and the present. And I finalize with the building that is just recently also completed, that Gideon and I have worked on for the last 7 years, which is Valley in Amsterdam. And this is actually our more or less our example of how we can make these towers more open and more porous, as we just described, by having this almost mirrorish block that we have carved out, that we've made accessible. Everybody can just walk up here, take the stairs, and go and visit the park that is in the middle of this collection of towers, because it should be open and it should be accessible for everybody. If you make such a building as this, it is for everybody and not just for the people that actually live there. You need to come together in such a space. Just finally, as we did in Seulo, where we transformed a highway into a horizontal park for everybody to enjoy and to reconnect parts of the city. So that is what we do, that's what we work on, the types of projects that we do. So I go to Hills of Iasi now, our proposal for the site here, and I show you a couple of the studies that we have been trying to work on, some of the iterations of the ideas that we have, and you can see almost instantly that there was a general direction right from the very start that we wanted to investigate and develop further, and that was to find something that is contemporary on the one hand, but takes its cues from the surrounding and from the history in the surrounding, because that is actually what the site is all about. There's two sides to it. There's a higher part, there's a lower part, there's an old part, there's a contemporary part that's necessary. There are dichotomies to solve, right? There's a contrast to be bridged here, and that is, I think, the main challenge for this site. So we go to the location, we zoom in on Iasi. We have never built a project in Romania before, so it was a great honor for us to be able to put our focus on it, to find the natural beauties of the surroundings actually that are here in Iasi, and to become aware also of the cultural, almost massive cultural kind of load and layering that is happening in Iasi, and all the things that have happened here before and how they are still affecting the current development of the city, but specifically also this particular site. So we look at the site in a little bit more detail, as we have already heard about before, so I'll keep it brief. But yes, of course, indeed, the palace takes central stage here, and it's the part that should be respected and should somehow form the start of this plan. But also the Basiria, where we have been looking at to see how would that fit into it. Also the monastery, with its intricate details on the outside that fascinated us maximally. Great to see what is happening there on the facade and the detail that was bestowed upon it. But also the Cathedrala a little bit further down. And we started to feel the weight and the pressure almost, but in a positive way, of what has happened here before and what is happening here now. And this is also where this duality comes in. New developments are being brought to the center. The Palace Mall is there, some of the new developments, the boulevard has been improved recently. So these things are coming together. Iasi is ready to take a next step, is ready to take a new layer to the layers of history that are already there. And this building could become the representation of that and should form a position in that. And you see that here on the site, the difficulties. The smaller grain with the Amazon campus on the one side and the palace and its more monumental elements on the other side. So how to deal with that? How to see and try to form an opinion about all these different, almost conflicting interests. So we started just very briefly on the brief. Lots of housing to be done, smaller apartments also from the brief to be done, which is an important part and that would drive the design. A large public area on the ground floor for all to enjoy, and parking, partly above ground, partly below ground, trying to get it as much as possible below ground to be able to open up the ground floor. And we extracted these quotes from the IULIUS brief to see how we could every time see if we are actually taking these cues in the way that we design it. So are we respectful and are we honoring the past? Are we making a lively and public place here? Are we leaving a mark for the future without forgetting to also give answer to the past? And these things led to our analysis. First, from the site and from the overview, urban point of view. So we have the plot, and we have all these players, these historic players that are in the vicinity and that we need to respond to. Then there's the two axes that we need to respond to. How can the Anastasi axis be given a focal point at the very end? Right now, the square is leaking away almost, and there's something there needed to capture it, but not to end it, because ending it would actually prevent it from becoming an axis that might continue all the way to the river, where future developments are slated to happen. So it needs to be a building that is there, that is recognizable, but porous on the same end. And on the other side, towards the Stefan, it needs to be one of the buildings that are taking part in this promenade of buildings that we have there, with these historical buildings. And what else? The Strada Palat, a barrier, you could say, something that needs to be bridged. A problem, I think, that we need to solve to make sure that this becomes a much more accessible area. How can we reduce this? Possibly by doing one-directional traffic. That could be a start. We can greenify the lane that is opened up. And maybe in further times, we can actually make sure that the whole connection to the palace can be made green and pedestrianized. Because there is a need for additional green. There's quite little actually in the vicinity that we need to improve upon. Pedestrianizing, it stops right in front of the palace. And then there's the big car park that we see here right in front with all the asphalt. There's a big potential there to kind of extend this further. And finally, of course, the height difference that we have, the 12, 13 meters of drop that we have, that is separating the two neighborhoods, and that this building needs to somehow bridge. And we put this all together, this map of analysis, and then we add these elements to it, these ideas that we have to try and see if we can solve it. So yes, that porosity to make this a building, but it's also a accessible building, a green space, view lines to make sure that all the accesses that point towards this historical buildings are integrated in the building, but also readable. It is not bad to emphasize them in such a way that you can actually recognize them, that you see where the framing takes place of these buildings by carving away miles of our project. And finally, also to extend the pedestrian zone by maybe redirecting the road, as I just explained to you. So I boil this down to our ambitions, to a kind of overview, and as you say, the way that we always present it, in a kind of friendly and happy and optimistic way to do that. So we want to connect. We want to stay respectful to the surroundings. We want to be exciting at the same time. Open up the ground floor, open up the doors of the shops and the offices and the gyms and the beer brewers and the people that host lectures for the vicinity and for the community around it. We want to be future-proof and sustainable, obviously. We have an obligation to the planet and to our future generations for that. And we need to be realistic and buildable. We need to make something that will not just end up as a pretty picture on the wall, but becomes a building for everybody to enjoy. So that's something that we need to take into account. So I get to our proposal, to our design. The way that we always communicate these proposals is by a step story, almost like a little book that we do, step by step, to show how the data that we have collected becomes an integration into the design and becomes a literal representation of the design as well. So we start with the buildable plot. This is where we were allowed to build, the dotted line, the road was slated to be there. There is a spot in the middle where we're not allowed to build on, very clearly. And what we did first actually is we started to go down. We started to see how far we could go down without going down too far and becoming too expensive actually, because going down -2, -3 will make the project unfeasible. And by going down, we were able to put one full layer of parking under -1. And from that point onward, we could stack up with a split-level parking towards the palace side where the height difference is highest. And we could have the cars come in from the side. And we actually chose to have the cars come out at the bottom to see if we can prevent future car problems actually on the side by having an entrance and an exit there at the same point. You could have a kind of traffic jam forming. So this way of going through it to us seemed the most optimal. And so we continue, we cover it. We take the green that is already there from the boulevard and we pull it over the plot and we start to make it green. And from that point on, we introduced the maximum program. So not a design here, but just the maximum envelope. What could we do? With a very specific mention here of the plot on the side that we wanted to keep empty. That meant a more compact building on the bigger plot. That meant more square meters on that plot. But it also meant that we could integrate the idea of starting small and ending large, or large and small, whichever way you want to look from it, in such a way that there is something here that is low, that is about the community and about the neighborhood there, and that gives a place for the people that live there that is small, and it's almost like a welcome mat before the building actually commences and starts. So the next step. We take our roofscapes, we start to carve them out, and we look at the vicinity. We see how the roofs of the palace are shaped, how everything is tapered in this vicinity. Everything that is visible on the skyline has like a fulcrum at the top, a momentum at the very top. And we wanted to see if we could relate to that in this way, in a contemporary way, but in a way that everybody can read that this wants to be part of that existing cityscape. And we developed that further. We started to look at the surrounding areas, gutter heights of the campus, where the split between the two blocks is. Can we relate to that? Can we bring the building down on each side to relate to opposing buildings and the heights that they have there to form this landscape almost of gutter lines? And then the next step, to carve it out from the inside, to make sure that the width of the building is not too deep. The apartments don't get too dark. We carve away a large chop in the middle, and we started to make a courtyard in that sense. Still private in this case because it's not opened yet, but that will come, of course. And then the next step, we have this great space on the inside, and what can we do there? And this is where we thought maybe our kind of newfound knowledge of what is happening surrounding Iași, all these fantastic natural places that we have, in the richness that is there, this treasure that is in the surrounding areas, can we bring it into the city? A literal translation of trying to get nature to become more prominent in the city. So we made a panorama. We looked around at all the important places of the surroundings, and we put it on the inside. We kind of painted a painting there, a 360 painting of what you can experience in different directions were you to go out to the countryside and see what the natural richness of the Iași area could be like. The same applied to the central courtyard floor, but I will come to that in a moment. And then we started to open it up. This is the main element of what we do. We open up the block, we make it porous, and we make it a block that can only be here, that is connected to the city. So we make this view line to the palace to make sure that that is always framed and visibly done as a view line. We do a similar exercise to the Basilica on that sense, to get an opening here and to continue actually also the access that is there all the way through, and to have this idea of being able to pass through it become very recognizable and visible. And finally, towards the cathedral from the ring, an opening as well to frame that view and to make sure that it will stay visible always. Once that is done, we started to implement a literal vegetation. Apart from the panorama that we have, we wanted to make sure that the inside would be like an oasis, a green place, a cool place, a cooling place as well, where you can find all types of indigenous vegetation of the area, on the balconies of the people that live there, on the ground of the courtyard, on the public spaces that we make there. So this will be the place where you will enter this block and suddenly it will open to you, and it will become this, almost this palace of the people, you could say, huh? This feeling of being surrounded by this detail that will be there, will be in a way similar to what is done here. A richness and a layering that is something that this place and this building deserves to have. Finally, accessibility, important to make sure that ramps are there, that people can get in, that the disabled are also able to get to all the plateaus and are able to maneuver through this building. Then on the outside, we started to take our cues from the surrounding buildings. We're trying to look at sandstones, at natural stones, to see if we can almost mimic the shells of these fantastically decorated buildings that we find here, and also apply that to our block. Finally, the parks that we made, I will come back to this later. We have a great opportunity to make all these collective spaces here and to thematize them, to make sure that they have a distinct activity there and a certain reason to go there, whether that's the picnic park or the archaeological walk or the beer garden that you could make in the bottom park. And finally, our proposal, by making these grand openings to the houses, but not too grand, making sure that we align sustainability with the amount of glass that you should use to not heat up your building too much, by making pockets of loggias where trees can sprout later on. We get this opened up block. We get this great carved out rock actually with green on the inside that we want to show to you. So this is what it looks like in the end. Implemented into the building and the surroundings with the plaza here opened up, making a generous gift to the neighborhood there, growing up, making a momentum and making a move more to the palace side, being the larger volume on that side and allowing this porosity to happen. And yes, this is how the views then start to present themselves, where you can walk through and see the palace in the background, coming closer and going through this building until you reach the courtyard in the center, where you will see this mural, this great painting, where all the balconies of these people will represent themselves, where people will be able to interact when they stand on those balconies and will be able to enjoy this green oasis that we make in the middle here of this carved out place. The montages, something that we indeed needed to do and to kind of prove how this building would actually embed itself into the urban fabric. So here you see it at the end of the street and how it is actually quite a little bit to the side here still, but once you get closer, it will form that element that you would drive towards, and it will give an exclamation point, albeit a half of a question mark as well. Is it a building that is ending there? No. When you come closer, you will see that it will actually allow you to pass through and to explore beyond it. Going further, looking from the side of the fantastic boulevard, you will see that it will actually hide itself almost behind it. It will not be visible as the requirement was. Same goes for this view from the boulevard, where it will be hidden in between the buildings behind it. And here it will represent itself, of course. Here it will form part of the tableau of this square that we have. More reduced again here, trying to stay low, trying to not become too visible from this angle, and to be a little bit delicate in that sense, and maybe a little bit more refined, to only have one spire trying to interact with the elements of the cityscape that are already there. And finally here at the end also of the road, depicting itself, trying to see if this new form, this new kid on the block, you could say, could maybe form an interesting point where you would want to drive towards and you want to explore and investigate. Same here, where the street and the roofscapes are actually mimicked by our building, and we are adding to that roofscape with a silhouette of its own. Final one from the boulevard, and I move to the public spaces. As I said, a little bit more detail about what we do and what we make. So there are many places that we add to it. We make a kind of drop-off point here, a welcoming square where you would be able to have the car pass by, drop off, drive away, and enter the building from a grand square where you can house activities, fairs maybe, markets maybe. Then there's our picnic park, where we extend already the current very high-quality space with a path and places to sit and to eat together with friends and family. Archaeological walk, we insert a road that goes over the findings that we have in this place, make sure that you are aware of them, that you can see them and appreciate them, and start to think about all these other layers of history that have been present on this site. We have a sky bar, we have places for penthouses on the peaks of this building, but the highest one we feel should be for the public. Should be the place where you could go and have a coffee or an ice cream with your kids and look out over the city together. We have the commercial spaces, all in the plinth, of course, opening up towards the inner side, where you can throw open the doors, where you can have your coffee and your beers, whatever the moment of the day is, and where we can activate this area on all sides of the building, fully surrounding that. And finally, on the inside, we have a courtyard that I will come back to in a moment, a place to stay, a place where you would actually want to linger once you're passing through the building, but decide to spend some time there. And finally, the plaza, almost indeed a place where you could have that beer garden, where there's a small and kind of integrated pavilion underneath a lifted part of the square, where you can get your drinks, where you can sit upon as a tribune almost, to be able to talk and maybe perform as well. And all of this supported by trees, to make sure that there's plenty of shadow, to make sure that there's places where you can sit when the sun is out, as it is in these days. So here you can see that place where you could sit. So I move to the sustainable part of the design, and we have an obligation, as I said before, to integrate that into our plans. And our main goal with every project that we start is to keep the UN SDGs as a guideline for us, these 17 goals that they have to try and make a better planet together. And we do these assessments and we see where we see possibilities for every project to add to those and how to do that. And so I give a couple. Right? So yes, indeed, we can try to give a greener and more biodiverse place. We can stimulate alternative modes of transport. We are very close indeed to the center here already, so bikes will be the main form of transport. No cars. Let's try to keep them away as possible, as much. Let's try indeed to make sure that we can modify our parking garage and make sure that it becomes something different in the future when these modes of transport move beyond the combustion engine. We can reuse water. We can use our planters to capture it. We can use the porosity actually of the ground floor of the courtyard to make sure that this water is retained and reused, stored in a tank underneath the building, pumped up again to irrigate the planters that we would hang on our apartments' facades. We got to make sure that we lose our addiction almost to energy consumption, right? We need to be more aware of what we are doing. We need to make sure that our facades are sustaining this. We need to make sure that we generate energy by adding solar panels, in this case, to our roofscape. And I will come back to that in a moment. And we need to make sure that we make apartments that are affordable for everything and for everybody. A mix is good. Small units, medium units, and bigger units together, to make sure there is a certain mix that will allow this building to become much more than just an enclave for the few. Make it sustainable, make it, in an urbanization sense, integrated. Those things we've managed to fixate on. And finally, the biodiversity of things, to have the plant life be indigenous, to make sure that the biodiversity is added on by these plants that we integrate, to make sure that the city indeed gets infused with nature in a very literal way. We started to analyze the BREEAM side of things, just a quick scan to see where we are. And we already believe that BREEAM Excellent certificate is very much possible for this building, but we can go beyond if we start to look at materials and to look at possibilities to actually also reduce carbon. So we've written software for this project also to see if we can already start to analyze how much carbon we would actually be using if we would build this project. And you see this here in these bars and on the different elements, whether that is embodied carbon, whether that's in the structure. And we have a roadmap already, so we can see now where we will be able to reduce the amount of carbon by making design choices, whether that is switching from concrete to wood, whether that's using reused concrete, right, to make sure that it's concrete that came from a different site and thus reduce our footprint. So this awareness is an important part in the start of our building. I continue with datascaping in this case. Right? We analyzed the building to see where the sunny sides of the building would be and where the darker sides would be. And we made sure that where the darker sides would be, that cores would be placed there, that buildings would always have two directions to view in. And that's why we cut open this building. That's why we needed to have as much corner apartments as it has, so that everybody always is two-directional. Corner apartments are of a higher quality, and by opening up this block, we have allowed this building to have as many as possible. Prevailing wind study that we did, we see that this porous block will allow the wind to flow through instead of hit up against it, where great fall winds would actually blow you from your bike if you want to try and enter your building. So also important to do, and especially also in winter times when it can be forceful winds, this will help actually to make the building more livable and more human. We scripted the facade openings larger on the north side to get light to come in, but smaller on the south side to make sure that the sun doesn't come in too much and that extra cooling is necessary. So this is a building that wants to adapt to its orientation and try to prevent energy use. And yes, this building will allow a certain social interaction to take place. Everybody will be able to look at this courtyard building and to interact with each other and form a community there. And finally, our attempt to make this a new innovative feature of the building, we want to try and integrate the PV cells in the roof in a way that we've done before with multiple projects, and that is to print on them and to have them be part of the shell of the outside, have them have the same materiality, but still generate energy in that sense. So this roof, by adding PV cells to it, will already allow for 163 apartments to be supplied with renewable energy sources. And I finalize in the analysis with the courtyard to look at where the sun actually is actually placed, and we can see that there are multiple places where you could go to. Sometimes the evening has a nice spot where it's warm and sunny, and sometimes the morning, but there will always be a place where the shadow will be and where you can go to if the weather is too hot, as it is now. The facades, a small introduction to where we came and where we got our inspiration from, of the surroundings, as said, of the building that we've just did, Valley, to make a natural stone facade that kind of slowly goes into this PV facade when we go to the roofs. And it would look like this with these loggias that are now there, where you can have an outside space that might actually also grow to be extended beyond the facade if necessary, to have a half inside, half outside place. But this is how we want to have the apartments all have their moments to be able to sit outside. And you see that this facade in this view works like that, and it kind of drops down here, the building, towards the Emerson campus, and in its totality forms this gradual continuation of the grain difference that we have from the left to the right. Then the courtyard facade, the green facade, and we took inspiration, as I said, from the surrounding natural landscapes and wanted to try and see if we can merge that in a mosaic, add planting to it and add planters to it, and completely decorate this inside facade actually with this curvy and sinuous balconies that every apartment will get. And I will very briefly say that how the mosaic was built up, a very briefly done exercise by us that needs to be supported by an artist when we go there, where we have these elements that are closer by at the foreground, these natural beauties that are there, the treasuries that are in the second layer, and then finally the hills surrounding Iasi and the monasteries on top of those that form the background, and together make up this tableau that we made, that you can see here depicted on the inside of our courtyard. A final point about the history garden, and then I will wrap up. Again, a datascape on how we made this. We started with the flows of the people, the accessibility. We started to look at how we could actually have this panorama continue onto the ground into a focal point. We mapped out old buildings that used to be on the site here, the footprints that we found in the archives. We have depicted those, and we also depicted that plot that we are not allowed to build upon. And we, together with the plantation, that forms the tableau, and that forms the courtyard that we have in the middle, that you see here graphically represented. Commercial spaces around it, and the lobbies of the apartments in yellows surrounding that, where people will be able to access it by going through the courtyard, by meeting other people, and then going up to their apartments. I end with the residents. Small but important part, I think, when we talk about the build-up. This I already showed you. We start with the -1 with the parking. We go up. We have these parking levels continue here on this side because of the slope. The commercial activities already become into place. Higher on, when we are at the level of the palace, the first residential unit starts on the lower end, and the commercial units are still at the upper end, because those commercial units, they follow this landscape, of course. And we go up, and we see these corner apartments that we made in these towers, and we see the views that these apartments will have. The penthouse is double height, and the skybar at the top. And they're the apartment division of the different types that we had. And the final thing that we wanted to show, and that is an important design element for us, is that we wanted to have the kitchen have its own window. We have it prominent at the facade. So there's a choice to have a kitchen there that is independent from the rest of your house, or if you want to, you can start to remove the wall. You can open it up, you can remove the wall and make it part of your living room. A choice that will offer flexibility for those that are going to live here in the future. And I zoom out to this winter image that we did, and we needed to conclude with a small addition that we got very recently, that there was an additional part of the wall that was found to be of value. And if we could think about how to integrate it, if our concept could actually support it. And we have two options on how to do that. Either we integrate it, or we adjust our offset. Simple as that. So we integrated here. We could make this fantastic space where this retaining wall would be visible, indeed, and where you could have a wine maybe afterwards and will be part of a museum. And it would be connected to the commercial spaces above. Or the second option, where this corner of the building actually would need to be modified slowly and slightly to be able to have that retaining wall become visible. And our silhouette we change slightly because of it, but it can absorb it. And I think that's the power of this concept also, that it is able to do so. We have future scenarios planned, as discussed before already as well. Can we see this as a catalyst actually for the area? Can we start to greenify the palace in front and have a more pedestrian area? Can we start to have an access that goes towards the water? And what could happen next? I don't know. What is the city of the future? How would Yes develop? I don't know. But we need to think about it and start to form a vision about it so that we can act towards it. And I finalize with these images of how the building is now perceived and how this space that is going to be for the people, this palace for the people, this almost green cathedral that we make, would become part of the fabric of Yash. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the presentation, a little speedy. Well, the whole thing certainly makes you want to climb it, explore it, and maybe go beyond. We've seen this step-by-step design process that you just described. The future will tie us to more to computational instruments, whether they're parameters or machine learning algorithms. You already developed the MVRDV Next, where you're perfecting this automated design process. Mm-hmm. Whether it's about trial and error, generating forms or structures, or simply experimenting, I think there's nuances in everybody's practice. So in regards to this, how do you go about the creative process?
How do I go to the creative process, you ask about? How does this happen, specifically for this project?
Not only that, because it seems that in all this automated relationship with design, you have a strong identity.
Yes.
And in regards to this, how does the creative process go on?
I wish I could tell you that there's a format in the office that we use. So that would actually make the different projects that we do that are all different maybe slightly easier. But we're not looking for easy. We're looking for ways of treating every project as its own. So the creative process is not a linear path. Even though we have it be supported by the software that we write, it never gets out of the control of our hands, but it's also never very much completely controlled by our hands, right? The software sometimes gives us unexpected results. Personal opinions sometimes give us different results. So in the end, it's always a dialogue. There's always a clear, open communication, a transparent setting in which we sit, much like this is now, with everybody that we work on a project on, and we start to gather opinions, and we start to gather analysis on the other hand, and we combine those into a model, into a concept that we always want to be clearly explainable. We want to have it be explainable to everybody and still be visible once the building is there. It needs to retain and be shown, and I think that's the strength in the end of showing what collaboratively we came up with as a proposal, and then bringing that forward and having that be recognizable for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
MVRDV has a distinct way, history, and consequence and consistency in embracing the unexpectable. I refer here to the fact that your architectural design company actually reinvents typologies, architectural programs. It says why a library shouldn't be an inhabited hill, why a market shouldn't be covered by a blanket of building, why a valley shouldn't be a sum of tower of blocks, why an archive of artworks shouldn't be an explorable depot. So from all these examples, you obviously treat programs like architectural themes with novelty and curiosity. In your view, what would be your proposal in Iași? Nickname.
Sorry.
Nickname, how people will call it.
The nickname. It happens a lot indeed to our buildings. They get a nickname, they get a secondary name, they get adopted by the people that inhabit it and that live in their buildings and surrounding it. We've dubbed it the Hills of Iași now, because we wanted to refer not only to the surrounding, but also to the more wider and broader surroundings of the natural reserve. So that's, to us, it's a fitting name. But to make this the Green Cathedral would be a great name as well. To make it not the Palace of Culture, but the Palace of People would be a great name as well. I think there's many opportunities, and maybe we should do a survey and see what the residents of Iași would come up with and how they would rebrand maybe this new addition to their fabric.
Well, thank you very much. The good news is that we have a coffee break. And the excellent news is that we continue after 28 minutes. Thank you.
Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. Spins a web any size, catches thieves just like flies. Look out, here comes a Spider-Man.
It is obvious that meetings like that are nurturing and are enhancing our conviction and our pride of being architects and of working with people's expectations, with space, with communities, with history, and as well with needs. Needs to dwell better, needs to be responsible to society, needs to use energy at the best as we can. The architectural design company UNStudio, whom I invite on stage, it is a company that dedicated their interest and their motivation to research through design, their attitude of using diagrams, flows, instruments to observe reality in an enriching way, changed the way architectural design is perceived, taught, and understood. Maybe the best contribution of UNStudio and UNStudio, it's this thirst of finding out, of using data and information such to instrumentalize the best what we can understand from a reality, what we can envision, and how we work. And from this point of view, I'm really glad to offer the floor to UNStudio. Please.
Thank you very much for your kind words. Now that the music is... so thank you very much for your kind words. We're thrilled to be here. This was an amazing experience for us, a kind of a love-hate relationship with this project, loving it because it was so complicated and so fascinating and full of riddles. And that's the reason that we also hated it at certain points. But that's passion, huh? We are UNStudio. We have offices in Amsterdam, Shanghai, Hong Kong, Frankfurt, and recently in Dubai and Melbourne. We were born in Amsterdam. We have active projects in over 45 countries, and we love to create connections. We create meaningful places that have a lasting impact. This perhaps is not the best example of a lasting impact, but yet it is a big one. So how do we do this? We love making buildings that have in-between spaces, that create this space that you never expected would be used. In the Mercedes-Benz Museum, they end up having all these activities, exhibitions, events, our future and our environment. So, the problem of the cities of the future. 70% of the population will live in urban areas. And urban areas are like Iasi. Many of them are very historical. How do we deal with that? How do we address the problem of densification and adding new architecture to existing urban centers, to existing historical urban centers? What Ben van Berkel has been saying for over, I don't know how many years now, is that what we try to do is future-proof the future. And how do you do that in Iasi? How do you do that in historical center? Perhaps it's by trying to reinvent the past, revisit how we view the past, how we view our monuments. Not just look at them, make them part of our lives. We've been trying to do that sometimes more successfully, sometimes less successfully since the beginning of the practice. This is one of the very early projects where we had to do, this is actually one of the projects that Ben actually drew himself, which is that old. This is an extension of Rijksmuseum in Twente. And more recently, we've tried to actually reinvent the three-window Amsterdam facade. This is an intervention in Hofstraat, in PC Hofstraat in Amsterdam, where we try to merge, we try to combine, reinvent this three-window facade by redesigning what that window can be. Of course, we do even more, let's say, one would say aggressive interventions. This is the Amsterdam cable car, where we try to connect the past and the future through these really elegant, necessary structures that will offer a new sustainable mobility in a UNESCO heritage area, such as Amsterdam. And in places like Munich, this is a project called Van B. It's a residential project in Munich, where what we did is to try to reinvent this traditional central Munich facade typology. We try to reinvent how to use materials and respect the environment at the same time. And of course, this project addressed another issue, the issue of space and the issue of cost. Munich is one of the most costly cities to live in. For a person to buy an apartment is insanely expensive. How do we deal with that? How do we fit 55 square meters in a 39 square meter space? This is a very interesting project which is actually being built. And we created this system with Vitra where you can actually have a system of walls. You can actually choose what type of walls these will be. And this will give you options for your apartments. To be honest with you, when we first did it, we didn't think that the developer would go for it, and we didn't think that people would buy it because this was optional. 80% of the people buying these apartments went for the option to select this kind of furniture idea. So, we come to this project, we come to Iasi. What we try to do here is two things: bridge time. How do we bring together the old and the new? How do we create a notion of a future architecture for a city that is so heavily charged with history? And at the same time, the site is also socially challenging. How do we bridge these two communities, this formal palace square and palace of culture, this communist axis that is right there in front of us? How do we bridge that with this small-scale, less socially active community of the Sant Andrei area? Of course, we come to Iasi, and we see that it's a very, very rich city in terms of culture, in terms of academic, in terms of business. It's very active, it's very socially active. So what do? All of our colleagues explained how we had to meet program, how we had to, these extremely complicated regulations, restrictions. So we carved up the volume. We made the maximum, let's say, envelope of the building. And then we tried to see what happens with the program. What type of program do we want to have there? We did not want to have fully residential. Of course, we needed to have it was a requirement to have a retail platform, but we wanted to maximize what we can do with the public area. So it's not just the public pathway, it's not just the public plaza, it's not just retail shops. It will become a very culturally and socially active part of the city. And of course, we had all these viewing corridor restrictions, which actually carved up the volume, which you saw in previous presentations, how that led to various massing explorations. So, this is our goal, to create a contemporary environment in a historical setting. We start by having some basic design drivers. What do we want to do? We want to add green. We want to create a green link to the city. We want to bring the Palace Square park through the building and down to Sant Andrei neighborhood. At the same time, we want to revisit how we look at the monuments around us. We don't want to stick to the existing views. We don't want to stick to what is known, but offer kind of a pathway, a frame, I guess a frame-by-frame journey through the project. We want to do that with respect to people and the environment, a human-centric approach, tactile materials, earthy materials, a lot of green, a biophilic experience that would enhance the microclimate, that would make a cool, let's say, a cooler space within the hot summer, let's say. And of course, the goal is to create a new urban community. This is the place where we think people can make little offices, where creative individuals can do a pop-up practice, where you can have co-working spaces, where you can have exhibitions that relate to the Palace of Culture. We want to create a lively courtyard where you can see the past of the city, but where people are actually working towards the future of the city. Stepped approach. This was necessary, of course. The volume, the maximum volume, and the various steps that we took in order to reach our final massing. We will focus on 4 main steps from this process. First of all, we took the original massing, the maximum envelope, and we tried to squeeze it in height as much as possible. We actually managed to go almost 10 meters lower than the allowable maximum height. Of course, daylight, super important for apartments, super important for people's health and the way they feel. So we analyzed this, of course, and we made sure that all apartments have the proper daylight, even in the worst time of the year. In order to achieve that, we chopped the massing even more. And here is kind of one of the main pillars of our proposal. We wanted to split this volume even more so that we reduce the perception of its volume. So we create this horizontal layer that pulls through Palace Square. It pulls it through the building and it divides the building into 3 parts. We have this transparent horizontal layer where you can have 360 views. This layer is the layer that we want to socially activate. This is our community layer, let's say, where you can have all this flexible program, workspaces, community functions, and so on. And the other important part of the project is this courtyard. What is this courtyard? It's a green heart, but it's not enclosed, even though it looks enclosed. It's permeable. You can access Palace Square from Sant Andrei neighborhood. You can have various paths through the building. You can connect the Amazon headquarters with the mall. You can create a new pathway for people to go through. From Sant Andrei neighborhood, this is kind of how you would go through the building to access the Palace Square. And you end up here, and you continue forward, and you can take the steps. You can perhaps stop for a coffee or buy flowers. So this retail platform will be kind of made of small shops, community amenities for the people that live there or the people that live around. So I believe it's clear that context integration is kind of the driving force of our proposal. And I will pass on to Denise.
For the context integration, we aside from the protected views that we all have to really respect and build our massing on, we wanted to take it a step ahead and to actually introduce additional framed views within our project that actually not only protects the views, but rather invites the context to inside of the projects to create a new perspective for the city. So we use these new framed views to actually create a more permeable ground plane where the scale of our lower San Andreo neighborhood is much closer to the existing urban context, and we can actually have a flawless flow within that area. So the framing history you can see in this view is actually not only breaking the volume, but rather creating a new scenario, a new perspective to the city. To look at it when you're having your coffee, have this kind of small perspective view of the palace or any part of the city. When you turn around, you have a 360 view of every different kind of moments within the city. So it aims to create a bit of a poetic relationship, a bit of a more intimate relationship with the context. So when we move into the building and how it fits within the context, within the urban context, for us, as Stella mentioned before, pulling the green from the Palace Square towards the San Andrew neighborhood was one of the main aims. And in order to do that, we wanted to create this completely public open plaza and actually allow this upper green zone to be flowing down to the lower neighborhood. So in order to be able to actually create these continuous flow, we thought of the project as a horizontal layering. So we had the horizon level, which is the communal space, which is the space where actually it's transparent, it's almost non-existing. And then we have lower the plinth, which responds to the San Andrew neighborhood, with its scale, with its materiality, with its program. And then above we have the sky residences that are very natural flowing spaces that are almost floating in the sky. So you can see here how, it's clearly how we actually thought of the project rather than in a vertical division, a more of a horizontal kind of flows of people, flows of programs, and how they can actually be tied in with a courtyard in the middle. So the horizon is actually the heartbeat, one of the heartbeats of our project, I would say, because the idea of the horizon layer is actually the transparency of it is not only with its architectural language, but with its program, to actually be able to build creative industries, people with co-working spaces, art galleries, all kind of cultural programs to be invited there and to be a part of this transition within the public. And you can see here how actually the horizon level and the plinth level is not one large volume. Rather, it consists of small volumes, a cluster of small volumes, that these frames that we just mentioned before are actually creating these division of these volumes and the flow of people. So here you can see from the San Andrew neighborhood how actually the horizon is splitting the volumes and the sky residences are almost floating with their natural material, their lightness, whereas the lower neighborhood is actually taking the grains of the city and responding to its immediate surroundings. So our aim was actually within this project to really take the closer proximity of the neighborhood into the project, rather than kind of creating a more vertical connection, to really be able to communicate to immediate neighborhood and be allowed to influence the future developments, to be able to say, you don't have to have an entrance, but rather the city pulls you in with its retail, with its plaza, with its small kind of courtyard space. I think this is one of the clearest ways to kind of describe our project, because the aim of pulling the green from the Palace Square towards the San Andrew, and actually the transparency of the horizon level is very apparent in the section that we show. So the idea of these terraces and the greens actually is not only to pull it from up to below, actually to be able to take the archaeological garden, the Palace Square, and to be able to allow the site to wrap the project around and kind of distribute itself towards the context. And you can see here how the stepped approach is kind of moving in towards down. I think there's an animation. So when we start to look into those individual elements, and after the horizon, which is transparent, we go into the plinth area, a large green space filled with terraces and cafes, to actually create a more intimate and small, almost like pocket spaces within the city. And this is a view of how you would kind of start to come down towards the plinth. And the idea of using the small site as a part of the volume was actually a very hard decision for us, because we didn't want to go high. So this actually pushed us to be able to create the other volume. But at the end, we also think it adds up to the neighborhood feel, because you still have the retail and you have the public spaces. You create another secondary interior street. So you can see here how we think of the courtyards as a green space that is actually pulling down, but at the same time, it almost has its small pockets where people can, you know, enjoy, like what we see today, like we've been seeing for a couple of days in the park, that everyone has their own corner. They have their own kind of spaces. So we want to give the opportunity to people to create create their own spaces within the public realm. As, of course, some requirements and everything within the planning, we also thought of the parking as being, has to be an integral part of the project, but not really taking up, as everyone else, I think all the teams have agreed, but so we wanted to have a very efficient parking structure with split levels where we actually use more than what's required to be able to give efficiency and not to create extra problems or kind of issues within the future. And we also wanted to also give the opportunity to create storage spaces for people as well that can be transformed to different types of uses in the future, flexibility. So the Sky Residences, with its completely distinctive and different language of architecture, for us was actually to say that it's a private space, it's a private kind of a design, but at the same time, the idea of it is to be floating, to be natural, to be filled with green. The green, aside from pulling the green from the Palace Square down to San Andrew neighborhood, we wanted to lift it up vertically and to be able to create a green layer between the residents and the city. So they can actually have, I think you will see here, each residence has its own balcony spaces that are protected, and they have quite nice views towards, because most of the residences are facing outside. All the residences are facing outside, aside from some double-sided. They all have great views towards the city, and they have their own microclimate environments. And within the residential levels, we also have these smaller public zones where we kind of wanted to do a gradients of public spaces where within the residences, they also have their spaces of gathering spaces, and they can be used in many different ways. So this you can see the view of towards the palace. So comfort and sustainability are an integral part of our project, but for us also wellness and user comfort is very important. So within the heat of which we are experiencing now, Iasi and everything, so we thought having the balcony spaces should not just be kind of catered to just open spaces, but rather allow for different degrees of temperature control with shading systems and cantilevers, so that we control how much, through parametric kind of analysis, we started to control how much shading we need and how we can create the maximum comfort levels at all seasons for the residents. And also adding the green to the balconies adds to this creating a microclimate. Within the program overview, without going into much detail, for us, when we got the brief, the most important thing was how much of that program maximum can we dedicate to public? Because even though we have to fill a certain amount of residences, for us it was the most important thing is how do we pull the public in? How do we make the project a beating heart of not just the residents, a beating heart of the community? So you can see here that we really try to push the idea of horizon as an extra layer within the project. Aside from using retail as an activator, we wanted the horizon to be actually something that's new, that actually has the potential to be flexible, to be interchangeable in the future, to respond to the needs of the public. And then for circularity.
I take sustainability. As we mentioned before, sustainability for everyone's project is a very big part. Again, the same section, but to summarize the topics that we wanted to address. Firstly, the first intention is to make a compact and very efficient envelope. This way you reduce energy needs. Secondly, we want to propose solutions that would reduce embodied carbon. And then we have active design solutions, where we use a combination of PVT panels and heat pumps and geothermal energy to try to at least make the building self-sustained when it comes to cooling and heating. So this is kind of the base strategy of the project. And I will only focus on a couple of things because I think we have all told you quite a bit on this topic. We propose an alternative construction system, structural system, where it's a hybrid of wood and concrete. And this is kind of the first idea, right? This is the first idea that came to us about this particular project, where just by doing a simple thing like this, you can already reduce embodied carbon by 50%. And the other important element is the green in green roofs, the green in balconies, the green in the public spaces. Apart from creating a friendly environment, it creates a microclimate, reducing the heat locally and in the vicinity. Green roofs also hold water, so 11 days per month rainfall needs to be somehow attenuated. At the same time, we need to collect the water, recycle the water, and reuse it to actually irrigate this whole complex. So this was kind of the summary of our approach, and as I said before, we really enjoyed working on this project, and this is a team that did it. Arjan is not here today, but he was here yesterday. You all met him. And this is a team made out of people that come from, each one of us from a different country, which is very interesting of how each one of us saw a historical urban center in a completely different way. Thank you. That's it. Maybe I'll go back. Yeah, this is better.
Thank you very much for your well-argumented presentation, but mostly thank you for making us understand the richness of people. Because if Ben van Berkel started to not necessarily be concerned, but be responsible that an architect is proofing the future. To proof the future, you need to understand the world you live in. And maybe a multinational team has this fabulous richness of understanding space and conditions differently. And maybe this is an asset when in your company there is a beautiful optimism saying that our past, present, and future, it's all about connecting people and places to each other in a relevant, flexible, and also future-proof ways. And I think that this invites us to question and to reflect what would be the most intense architect quality or ingredient to be a future-proofer.
Understanding, comprehension,
to be open,
tolerance
to new things.
We need to, when we go to a place that is new, we have to be open to the difference, absorb it, and maybe something good will come out of that. I think understanding is very important. Yeah.
The sense of my question is maybe the reverse. What an architect should not lack to be a good future-proofer?
We should not be stubborn with our ideas of form. We should not be stubborn with our ideas of how people actually... Sometimes we have preconceived ideas of what people want, And I think we should be challenging this. We should be understanding the deeper meanings and deeper, let's say, intentions of people. Or, I don't know, maybe interpret people's needs in a way that maybe it's a test also. Maybe we're wrong because we're not, you know, we make assumptions and we design based on those assumptions, but we have to try.
Maybe this experiment and trying, it's a territory that keeps any architectural design open. It's like a platform of findings, of hypothesis, response, and research. And from this point of view, I really appreciate in your design and proposal that there is a deeper meaning of horizon. There is a meaning that embraces the square and brings it in, and then it wraps the movement. And I think that all architectural designs need to suggest or to offer deeper meanings. And for this, I thank UNStudio.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will invite now ZAHA. 2 minutes. 2 minutes waiting. I think that I will take these 2 minutes to share something that we all understand when we hear someone that we reinterpreted Windows. The first thing that an architect positions to reinterpret is that it didn't copy. It didn't mimic. It understood, essentialized character, and then invented it. And maybe from this point of view, when we talk about Ben van Berkel designs, we smile when we think that a certain museum in Nijmegen was literally working with views that are perforating orthogonal walls to connect the interior to outside. And we do understand that, of course, we take care of local materials, but the substance of modeling space, it's this understanding. It's this understanding of how we summon an idea to work for the space. Can we start? Yes? So it is with fantastic pleasure that I invite on stage ZAHA Hadid representatives. What is maybe something that touches us in a long time, since we admire, appreciate, we are fascinating, and we discover ZAHA Hadid architecture, it's this statement: we create transformative cultural, corporate, residential, and other spaces that work in synchronicity with their surroundings. And Synchronicity with surroundings, it doesn't mean to impose, to contradict, or to overstate, or to show off. Synchronicity means harmony, means resonance, means pulsation, and means a life that grows in a distinct way in that space. So with this, I'm very glad to say hello to all the ZAHA HADID members, Bogdan Zaha, Cristina Capana, Maurizio Meossi, and invite Gianluca Racana to have the floor.
Thank you. Is this working? Yeah. Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. Thank you everyone to be here. Thank you my colleague, which take the patience to listen to me once again today. It's been an honor to be here. As you may know already, with the other colleagues, we've been here a couple of days to discuss the project and to have a very fruitful conversation about how to approach a very important site in the city of Iași. I will go through our proposal for the site, maybe just quick introduction on our office. We are a global team of 550 people. I stress global because it's a very diverse community. We have over 50 nationalities, 45 languages spoken in the office, which is a real asset for us. And we work globally, even though we are not a huge firms. We're very stretched geographically. We work in all continents with any type of client. We're very curious by nature, very open to collaboration, and as well to explore new typology. We're not specialists of any of them, but we are really interested in the design team of each of them. We are a youngish practice. We're over 40 years. We open several buildings all around the world, and as well, some of them in New York. You can see a small residential building in West 28th Street, how it sits within the fabric of the city of Chelsea, larger master plan, like in City Life, public project, like the River Promenade in Hamburg, which started as a, let's say, environmental device to stop high-level flood of the city and become a public space by design means. Larger project for corporate office in China, and as well very large project like airport station. This is the Beijing International Airport, which is the largest freestanding terminal in Beijing, which is a stunning design. And as well, we have a number of projects on site. So we are very busy. We're completing a large interchange station in Riyadh for the public authority, the first public transport program in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as well, we have a number of projects all around the world, and both with public, private client, where there is really an ambition from the client to do something of high quality and an interest on the site and the project. In Oslo for Metro Station, in UK for the stadium Forest Green, which is the first stadium completely done in timber with a zero carbon footprint for a very forward-looking client, a new typology, just to say how we invest in innovation as well in the project and sustainability. The stadium structure is completely out of timber, can be dismounted in case they have different needs in the future. So not only the roof, but as well all the main structure to become really a community stadium, open to the surrounding nature. We work in rail terminal, like in Tallinn, in Sydney for the new Sydney International Airport. In this case, as you see a different type of airport. There is no car in front of it. There is a pedestrian plaza. The whole experience is open. The whole technology behind it will allow for mixed mode ventilation in mid-season. So this is the approach we have on project, which is supported by expertise. It's not purely architect sensibility. We have a number of expertise in the office, from master plan to more analytics, workplace analytics, urban, building information technology, and very advanced coding in the term of digital design, virtual reality. So I think when we approach the project, we fully tap on all this real top expertise. And the main challenge of our times, in which we are part involved, is the sustainability, which is part of our workflow, and you will see it as well in the project, in our proposal here in Iasi. And we do not have a workflow only, but as well we have a clear strategy and statement, which we want to approach to all our projects. And this is witnessed by a number of achievements in many of them. We are well known, we are a lot in the press. I think this is the reflection of our work for excellence in any project we do. So if you focus now in why we are here today and the Iasi project, this is clearly has been quite a revelation for us, because some of our team started to come in town 2 years ago and look around and speak with people, and then this opportunity came up. This trip has been for us a revelation, a surprise, to see a gem of a city with an historical past, but at the same time a vibrant young community with university, technological investment. So it's really surprised us. And as well, then when we get to the site, we were even more intrigued, because it's really in between the heritage area, which we all know very well, and the innovation district. Is this working? No. And the innovation district and the new project in town. So the meaning of the project is really to organically change that connection. And when I say organically, we don't want to impose something which is not in synchronicity with the environment. We want to take out from the environment and propose something which people will be proud of it, but as well feel recognized as their own city. So the objectives are clear. This organic connection between the heritage, the innovation, and this is the perfect place for it. Then the connectivity through public realm. Obviously, there is a topography challenge in the site. So the center is sitting on a high level, on a sort of plateau. Then there is the west of the city, which is a more fragmented texture. At the moment, the connectivity is not there. So I think the first objective of the project is to create that connectivity. And obviously, this is a private project. But you have to connect through public realm. So really the essence of it is the presence of the public realm, how the people will access the site, but through the site, they will access different parts of the city. Again, it's quite a sizable site, so we can clearly apply all our ambition on green, sustainable environment, which is well healthy, resilient, flexible for the resident, but as well for the district around. So in essence, we want that to become a new public space and somehow transform the nature of the project. It's not only a private development, but it will be a square for the resident. A square which is a smaller scale of the one which are there, the historical one, but still will be a point of focus and attraction. This is why we approach the project not like one building, but like a master plan. A master plan recognizes the complexity of the site and trying to play the different parts in a way to respond to a complex agenda and objective, which are the one we express. And clearly there is something more subtle, which is the culture, the heritage, and as well the memories of the resident, which is something which maybe is not so evident. You have to go through historical picture to really understand the nature of the relation between a very large monumentality and a very small scale, which is pretty much connected with nature. But it's always useful when we do projects as well to look not only at the historical picture they were, but as well how people was seeing their own city in the history. And this is quite a beautiful picture we found. So it's not perfectly real, but you see there's a lot of green. There is a lot of topography. There is a clear monument, the Metropolitan Cathedral, and there is this scale difference with the surrounding. I think this embedded how people see their city, but as well how people they want the city to be. So the topography became a rich point because you can go up and down. You have beautiful hills around the city. I am from Rome, and it's said to be built in 7 hills, and they say the same here. So the difference in topography is something good. It's not something you have to consider about topography condition. The green, you see the amount of green is mostly the same of the amount of built. But that is a very organic connection, which still, despite all the changes in this area, you can still see today. And there is a clear, some cities, they have historical, let's say, it's a center, which all the buildings are on the same scale and relation. Some other cities are monumental, as this one. So there is a clear scale between the monument and the fabric around, which I think the people here is used to, and you don't have to change it. It's the way people see the city and they want it. So the master plan needs to take in consideration all of that. It needs to be a landscape inch in the sense of connection. It needs to be a mobility network in the sense of slow mobility, pedestrian, and as well use that topographic as a connector between the two areas. Obviously, there are a lot of work which we can show today of the technical side behind a master plan, a project of this level. There is the understanding of the topographical, but as well the climatic condition, and as well how the building they need to be oriented to give the best solar access to the resident living there, to the resident living around there, and to the public space in between. So some position, some orientation, which may seem, I don't know, arbitrary on a first glance, they're actually the result of a very careful study and analytical studies on the point of view on the solar access in order to give the best and to try to resist the monumentality, let's say, instinct to do something regular and easy to develop. As well, there is the wind factor in the city. Some part of the year, you have quite a windy weather. We want to preserve the public part, the one at the core of the building for pedestrian. And there is a very clear analytic process to establish that core, which is calm and which can be used for sitting for a long time and enjoying the public space. So in essence, all this, then they combine and they start to take form as a, let's say, the route doesn't need to be linear. It's always an, let's say, a surprise. As Iasi is a surprise itself, as well the route to the project is not linear and you discover new perspective, but as well when you're inside it, you have open perspective from all sides. This is why the corner of the building are smoother, because they allowed for like the minimal impact on the visual point. So we started to place this in context. You can see how the idea as well is to accommodate the topography, but as well the building fabric, going to buildings which are slightly taller, to buildings that are getting lower on the west side. And finally, the program is an important component. Obviously, it's mostly residential development, but there are around 40% of public program. Where to place that is very strategic. We place toward the palace, towards Palace Street, the cultural poles, which I will explain later. Around the square, the central square, we have the bar, restaurant, which feed with life and activation, the central part. And then on the lower side of the site, we have retail program on a small scale, which will support this residential, but as well the one already on site, the local district. A bit on, let's say, explaining very quickly. This is a summary. You can see the volume. You can see the two cultural poles, the way we treated the slope in front of the building to be accessible to all and inclusive as well with people with disability. How we place in this point a garden, a wet garden, which I will explain later, and the 4 buildings which they compose let's say, the composition. And how much of those terraces we create as an opportunity to green terraces accessible directly from the resident. This is the entry point, so you can see it's done as a sort of small gate, inviting people to go down. The street here is a shared pavement, so to, let's say, push for slow mobility. At the same time, you have the sense that you don't really go to someone else's home. It's a public space. You feel invited to go down towards the other side of the city. Then this topography is going down, so obviously you have another level here. You start to see other points there, the access to the resident, what is the different access point, and this promenade in between the building. The archaeological garden are there on the number 10. I will go there in detail later on. But we are part of the system of green areas, which is the access to the site. Once you are inside and you look back, obviously the view of the palace is very clear because you need this orientation point, but you need as well this clear visual to historical heritage. This is the environment we want to create. You can see the mix between the nature and the art pavement. Then going down farther, you have access to all the food and beverage, the cafe, the restaurant, terraces, and then you start to have access to the lower part of the street. This again, you can see how the topography creates ideally an amphitheater with a pond, with a biological pond. It means water is filtered through that entry point. And finally, on the lower part of the street, the access to the retail unit. So this is the view from the lower side, which again has clear perspective on visual point. And zooming out again from the other side, you can see, maybe now understand the overall arrangement with this idea of the promenade with a clear arrival sense. So looking at the buildings are easy to understand. What needs a bit more explanation is the public realm, so the public area in between them. The goal, the target has to be clear, because as every building, you have square meter, you have function. Usually public space, in the past, we were treated a bit as a vague. You need to have clear objective there as well. The first one is the people, to promote closeness between district and community, maybe the tourists coming here and the residents there, where they need to be close as well. We need to find a point where we can both meet. Reconnecting the people with nature at every level, not only on the ground, on the terraces, on the roof, and as well create always this dialogue. And this is the three main points that we'll highlight as well on some of the space, and you can see on the final render. The public realm as well is not only physical, is in terms of activities, you have to curate that activities quite clearly. So you have activation during the 24 hours. So you have cafe, but as well you have cycling, you have pedestrian street, you have opportunity for children to rest in nature, etc. So you can see the main focus at the ground floor are the two cultural poles, the restaurant, cafe, and the retail. And speaking about this too, the cultural pole, so it's really like a sort of gate experience. You have the heritage on the right and the innovation on the left. Just to summarize as well what is valuable here in the city. The heritage is really connected with historical heritage inside. It's a way to utilize technology to show the past of Iași, but as well physically to connect with what is left of the past. We know, and I think that was on the brief, there are historical remains, archaeological on that corner, but while the client keeps digging, there are more coming up. So effectively, the basement, the ground floor of the heritage is placed in a way that can be a living museum on the excavation going behind it, because it's placed on the area where the main building were found. The archaeological garden, we spend a lot of time to imagine something which is not only preservation, but as well is fruition. It's people to go there and enjoy it. And this is a debate which is in the discipline on finding that balance. That balance, we propose to have it through a promenade, which is composed by many points. First, the topography. The second one, with a path going over it, the planting. So actually it can be a place where, while we're preserving that archaeological persistence, you can use it as an active day promenade and resting day in a very informal way. On the Innovation Center, obviously, we will be a lot to say. We've seen how the local university are pushing this agenda, and this could be a very important showcase for those in that central location. At the end, as I say, public program is quite a lot. The landscape is the second point on the public realm. Again, it's not a generic green. It's programmed to have certain objective. The first one, to create all street around it that share public surface. That's very important. We've seen that in many projects in Europe, in Australia. The low speed of the car, the material used on the pavement is inviting people to slow down and use that as a shared surface, which eventually can be closed on the weekend, can be closed on certain occasion. That's a very important point to frame this project in the context. The nature as well is a multi-layer in the sense you don't see all it on the ground. You want to see it on the roof, on the terraces. It's something you feel like surrounded. And as well to create a connectivity, a relation between indoor and outdoor is that essential. So we create that. Obviously, we have very good opportunity because of the landscape. So you can see that sequence of a landscape from, let's say, the top going down, and I think I don't have the time to explain all of that. But the nature, I mean, the approach is always what's called nature-based solution. So the nature is there not only to embellish and to visually appeal. It's there because scientifically it does perform some function, which are the air quality improvement, the reduction of noise to the residents, the resilience in climate and maintenance, and as well the biodiversity and the water management. So this, in the submission, there is a clear strategy for all of them, which culminate in the biological pond, which is a filtering device. This is the overview on the landscape. So you can see we give names as well as we give to buildings. There's the landscape on the slope. There is the archaeological garden, the green courtyard, the green roof. So it's a very articulated system. And each of them has their own, let's say, design, their objective. You can see the archaeological garden here, which can complement the archaeology as well with technology, the way to go around with apps and look what's on site, both from the archaeological point of view, but as well biological. The landscape on the slope, then going down the green terraces, the courtyard, where we have the rain garden, and then at the end of the street, on the other side, the shared street. There is a lot of study on hardscape, softscape. Obviously, you need to plant species which are resilient and very reduce maintenance on site. And they're all listed. As well, the pavement, we discuss a lot the material. Light color, they help mitigate the heat effect that you are in central of the city. You can feel it here when you go on that side of the palace, when there's the pond and the green. It's like much fresher the other side here where you have a lot of tarmac. That is something you can control by design and you can insert in every project. And the water cycle, water is a very precious resource, so you need really to make use of it, to harvest, collect it, filter, and put it back in circle. And finally, I just want to touch on the buildings, on the residential building. Obviously, this is a very sensitive side in the sense of historical setting. So we want to propose something which is not overwhelming, but as well, it's of very high quality in terms of craftsmanship, in terms of detailing and materiality. It needs to be something which is related with the context, has the same level of quality that you have on the palace, which is not an easy task, but we studied that quite a lot to solve. So the residential, we said already, is 4 different buildings. You can see on the elevation how those are stepping down, how the line of the ground is, let's say, following the natural topography, and now that create an ensemble which is rich as well, but not overwhelming. There was a very strict rule in terms of heights on the competition, so they're all within that. And that rule, they allowed and they guarantee that the project respects all the visual cone of view which are given by the city. So I think all our competitors, they put this in the context, and actually respecting the size means that we will not overcome historical monument from a far point of view or as well a close point of view. The programmatic elements are all clear here. I just want to go a bit more how the buildings are designed. They are designed in principle of flexibility, of future, let's say, change in plan, but as well, obviously, to give regular apartment, which we have always outside, let's say, space, and which are enjoyable for residents. And there's a lot of detail of it, you can see, but I want to go to the point which is maybe more relevant to the conversation we had before, which is the materiality of the building itself. You can see there are a lot of reference around, and you can go back to the old image with a lot of green. You can see the tone of the city. So the tone of the city, we don't want to suggest something non-aligned, but in synchronicity. So there is the stone, there are elements which are on timber, there are elements which are bricks or terracotta in the modern version. So we crafted a facade which is elegant, which is refined, but as well in terms of materiality, it takes back all that point and incorporate. So with edges in natural stone, with clay board on the facade, we create something playful, but as well respectful. Once we had this overview of the project, I want to go back to the first objective, which is sustainability. I think it's not, in the past, it was treated as a discipline which is separated. Now is really the essence of the project. So you have a lot of target as a professional, which you try to achieve by summarizing the various aspects. But the ultimate target for every project in our office is the net zero building in terms of carbon. And that you can only achieve once you optimize all the system, you put in place all passive design strategy, which are the core of the design, but as well you create energy on site. I just mentioned some of them. The cross ventilation in all apartments, either directly or through ventilation stacks, which by difference of pressure, they naturally ventilate and then minimize the need for air conditioning in mid-season. You have the use of material, which the one that are carbon embedded, so inherently they give a better solution in terms of environmental performances, and as well the possibility to include photovoltaics on the balustrade. The production of energy we create, we orientate the building and the panel on top in order to maximize that possibility. But as well, there is a possibility here, we studied the wind condition, to have micro turbines, which are now much smaller than what you could imagine. They can be playful elements, they can be dismounted. The wind condition, taking 20 meters from the facade, are ideal in this corner, and I think that will be a very beautiful addition, as well in the term of technology, objective of the city. And as well, the mobility point which we spread around and across the building and the recovery of water. So finally, I want to mention the people we work with, and that is disappear. Sorry. It's finished, but there was nothing more. So I thank you again for the attention and for your the last slide.
We thank you for your presentation. As usually, ZAHA HADID architects with their projects always manages to change the way we think of architecture, and this presentation is no exception. But starting from a few keywords that you mentioned, where do you find and how you define the balance between technology, nature-based solutions, and the human-centric design?
Yeah.
Where is the connection between these elements?
Well, I think it's a difficult balance, and I think the first two we put in place. The third one, you have to go around, you have to explore the city, you have to be open to look at historical map, to discover the essence. So I think the sustainability in large part is derived by engineering aspect, but as well the sensibility to put something in context has to come with this open-minded approach. Sometimes we've been people is surprised by this because we say, well, this building doesn't look like ZAHA. And we always reply, but all the buildings are different because they need to respond to that specific. some repeat more or less the same thing, means it's not open-minded to take all the input. And I think you judge project on how they well sit on site, how well people receive it. But ultimately, after 10, 15 years, you go there on site, the building is there, maybe they put a little bit more addition. But if it's livable, if it's lived and active, that is the main metric of success.
It's only appropriate we should talk a little bit about form and beauty, since it's clear that all the proposals solve so many issues and answer so many questions. So maybe with your practice in particular, and frankly very connected to what Răzvan asked, do you think this balance between designing realms, the technological one, the human one, do you think this balance will change in the future, taking in mind that you balance parametric modeling as much as you're controlling it? The keenness with which you're projecting this futurist, beautiful, precious architecture, almost anticipating the future. How will this control change over time? Will this change of balance bring, I don't know, a path to a sort of self-designing?
Yeah. It's an interesting question. I mean, the parametric modeling and the technology opportunities that you have in design obviously have jumped many years and exponentially. So I think it's, we in the office, we are very excited about technology, and we have people that only do that, develop, and we really embrace it. Maybe because we embrace it so early, we are a bit as well cautious about them. Means the parametric design, the computer, the coding are what they are. They are tools. You can't delegate decision making. And as every tools, I don't know, if you don't write properly, you're 5 years old, you can't really write, then your essay will be poor because you don't manage the tool. So you have to manage the tool, and you have to manage the latest tool. But that doesn't mean that the tool generates the project. That is a human decision. And sometimes there is an essence of sensibility and human nature and empathy that you have to put in project. Otherwise, if you're purely driven by the opportunity of the technology, that I think you lose touch a bit with what is the, let's say, the real value of it. So I think, again, technology is a great tool. We embrace it, we use it, we base decision made on fact, but I don't believe that we should follow that to the extent that the project is generated by them.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
It does.
I would like to thank all the presenters, or all architects, and also the audience, because maybe if we capture the cloud of your thoughts or questions or problems that your mind developed hearing and looking at the presentations, we realize how rich we are. And I think that to end this very beautiful morning, I would like to essentialize my question. What we learned this morning. And I think we learned that a project, it's a process. It's not something rigid. It's a depository of possibilities that are very responsibly taken care of. They are a set of decisions that influence each other. But we also learned that in a project it's a bit of doubt and of maybe it could behave different. And we talk about flexibility, we talk about the respect of leaving the archaeological area to reveal itself and find the best decision in time, the best designing decision in time. And we also learned that any design has a respectful reaction, a very vivid transformation scenario, and also a hope that it will be lived beautifully. So for this, I'm very glad that I learned something. Thank you. The good news is that we ended. The excellent news is that we continue after lunch break.
for the title that they give. Baby, I love you, want me the way that I want you, the way that it should be.
I'm sorry. One more. We lost it, 2 architects from the morning. It's okay. It's a competition. They couldn't resist the pressure and... Okay. Oh? You don't even know how many people lost in an hour.
I'm very proud to notice a rather rarefied atmosphere and to observe a high density here, whom I'm grateful, because the high density that we have on this podium actually invites us to try to speak briefly about cities of the future. But before doing so, maybe it's honest to ask, what is a city? And maybe each of us recalls when we were a child that a city was a name stated with enthusiasm, not knowing what it means. It was a first abstraction. We stated the name of our city, not being very precise on what it means. And later on, we related to that city with streets, with friends, with playgrounds, with the pride to go at the baker to buy bread by your own, where you were 5. And maybe a city becomes more and more appropriate if we actually knit and tissue and build memories. And I think that a city has such a diversity of actors, missions. Of course, a city is a topic of development for a planner. Obviously, a city is an area of electoral substance. It's obviously that a city might be also a territory of the unknown, of the possible. And from this, we can see that Italo Calvino had a fantastic way in the 50s, saying that a city is actually a planet because it is inhabited by people with similarities that might speak a distinct language, but mostly relate to memory in a special way. So I would like to open the discussion with this blunt question. What is a city for you? Let's share my comments.
Hello? Oh, it's open. Well, I will just throw some ideas because I think the twist on this question is, okay, how much a city influences who we are? Means, obviously a city is a place where we spend most of our time. The large population in the world lives in cities, and the forecast will be even more, and 80% by the end of 2030. So we're becoming a place where people stay longer, most of the population leaves. And obviously it's related with a city for everyone is linked to your memory, your experiences in the city. So it can be very subjective, and I don't know, maybe different people can have different perception. As you can have different perception of, I don't know, like typical joke in Italy, French people are not nice. But then when I go there and I study there, I work there, I really enjoy it. So you have different perception. The same, if you live in a city, then you can have different perception of it. But the aspect I want to address is actually you are somehow molded as well by your environment. You are molded by the district you live, by the place you grow, the public spaces. And I think it's a binary relation. It means you have a memory of the city, but the city environment form as well personality, population, social classes. And I think as urban designer, we need to have that very clear. Because in some terms, I mean, maybe it sounds very dramatic, but social unrest, sense of injustice, social differences, not inclusion of society, it's economic factors, but as well are physical factors. If you live in a suburb without green, without social space, the only place you can socialize with your friend in an underpass of a highway or a train, which is dirty, dim, you are shaped by that experience of your real environment. So I think a city, to go back to your question, is something which is more and more important, which affects us all in the way we are, and we grow in society, and we become individual, a member of the society. And as designer of cities, we have responsibility to be aware of that and to offer solutions in which cities are inclusive, are enjoyable, they make people proud, they make people feeling safe, they make people feeling welcome. And as a professional, we have to find the tools to do that.
For me, a city is just a more dense collection of people. And that is a bit strange because there's always the competition between a village and the city, like they are extreme different from each other. No, a village is open and is green, and you have some a place to walk with the dog, and everything is fine and nice. And then you have the city, and the city is of course hard and grey, and we pull anonymous poles out from the ground until somebody says stop, and then all of a sudden you have a 200-meter tower or something. We don't understand the difference between a village and a city in a more human way.
That's a super interesting remark, because I remember when I was in school, geography, you had to define what a village is, what a town is, what a city is, and the only distinction is population. So it was never, we are architects, so for us a city is a magical place of non-uniformity, of the unexpected, of dirtiness. Like we're fascinated by the dirty part of the city, the dodgy part of the city, where things are dysfunctional. And yet, for us, these are fascinating. I always get into strange conversations with non-architect friends when we travel, because I want to go to very, iffy parts of the city, and they think that it's, why would we go there? Let's go to the nice square where it's beautiful, clean, and safe. So what a city is to us here, I believe, is very different to what a city is for non-architects. And then what a city should be, that's another question. But to really answer your question, I have no idea what a city is. I can tell you what it's not, but to answer what a city is mind-boggling, I think.
Just for us, I think a city are obviously for people, and I think the more we think about it, we want to bring a bit more nature into them. So it's not only for the people, it's also for nature. I mean, some city managed to retain that. but generally it's for people. And what we think it's this, a lot of things happening at the same time as well. You have us coming here for the competition. You've got someone taking the bus, going to a conference maybe, someone going to pick up his kid, someone going to the grocery shop, someone just staying in his apartment. All of those things happening at the same time. And that differentiates it a bit from the village, I think. The village is a bit more static. There's things happening there, but here it's so layered. And I think the response, if you think about how we can maybe improve, is how to improve this connectivity and these layers coming together. So it's an interesting or pleasant experience for all of them, for all of us as we live our lives differently. And to do that, I mean, there's certain scales to it. There's the immediate scale, which is the one that we always like to focus on, is trying to say, what are my needs within the close proximity? So I don't have to rely on transportation. I don't have to rely on taking a lot of time to get to certain places. It's having all my needs in the proximity. And that breaks down the scale. And that already creates a city. And from that point, it can grow and it can create clusters and individuality and all of those things. But for us, it's really this, it's the complexity of a system.
I think if a city is a platform for us humans to perform our activities, I think that gives naturally a huge gradient of variety of cities, right? And a city is not one thing. It's an abstract form of organization of societal functioning at the end of the day. And that gradient, I think, starts from a couple or a family, a community, a local one like a village, that then expands into a bigger community and then into a city and then into a country and so on and so forth, right? So the abstraction of organization can be defined by various policies as we define them. But I think that for me, a city to work well is a place where people know how to interact and establish rules which work for everybody and are inclusive. So at the end of the day, I think it's all about how well we know how to communicate with each other for a city to work well.
Looking to the future, I have a question. Actually, there is a collection of questions. But the current global context, we see it's unpredictable. We are under the pressure of an energy crisis, a climate crisis, of war, just recently, and the pandemic changed the way humans interact. The ever-changing social context leads to certain questions about the future, about the needs and aspirations of tomorrow. In this context, what does future-proofing mean, especially for urban design projects?
That's for me, right?
Not necessarily, for everybody.
Maybe it's actually like in a story. How much of the known and the unknown an architect designer might anticipate?
And this question in the future comes very often. And I don't know, and as a company, we always feel called in because we were often called futuristic. So what does it mean, this futuristic? So yes, no one knows the future, but the future of a city, well, the future of, I don't know, is this glass going to break or not? It's difficult, it's a simple thing, yes or no. The future of a city is not that tomorrow everything changes. Even the pandemic, it did change something. At the end, it accelerated something else. Some of those was predictable, some trends. It just accelerates some trends. So my point is, the future one future action or result is unpredictable, but the future will not manifest as a complete change of what we know. And there are trends in a very globalized society, there are trends which start small and they become mainstream. There are expectations, there are social attitude, there are behaviors that they start as a, let's say, innovation, as a trend setting, as an exception that then become the norm. So in a way, the future is not so unexpected as you know. And if you think, I don't know, let's take now the issue of sustainability. When we all work towards that, it's pressing. When you think when sustainability as an idea arises, it was when the first person went to orbit and look at the Earth from outside and look at it as an isolated piece of life within a universe which was cold and was empty, and realized there was a balance there. And that the sustainability conscience started decades ago. And for a time was like related only to a few groups, and maybe people was championing, was seen as, I don't know, like some kind of, let's say, moon people, or they were making prediction which will sound very negative. And little by little, this now is part of what we see in the future of the city. We need to be sustainable. We arrived to this situation after 20 years of debating, discussing, etc. So going back to the question, yes, future is unpredictable. But if you start with this assumption, you will never be ready for it. You have to start with the assumption, with the open eye, to see what's going on, what's important, what's coming up, what technology is bringing up, because that is new, and then embrace that, not resisting it, but seeing and trying to work with it and moving forward. This is usually an attitude of younger people than us, because their age is programmed to that attitude. When you get older, somehow you know your ways, you don't want to change it, and so you think of the future as something, a disaster. So I think we have to, and going back to the city, what's the future of the city? Maybe no one has a comprehensive response, but we see many of that trends accelerating, already there. We have to be sensitive to recognize, agile to incorporate in our way of working, and be prepared for it.
I completely agree with exactly what Gianluca said, and what I would like to add is the notion of flexibility. At least the way we have been working the past few years, in every project, we really try to say, okay, what if it's not what we think that will happen? What if something else happens? Yes, we have to be very sensitive to what comes from society and try to respond and try to predict. But, you know, the unexpected can happen. So flexibility, like incorporating it within the design and thinking that your design might completely change, might, you know, and allowing for that to happen, allowing one of your buildings to transform into something else, that is also a very important thing for future-proofing the future, in a sense.
If I can add to that, because it is extremely important, because how long do we have an iPhone? 10, 11 years, right? And many people don't know, but there was a completely different life before there was an iPhone. There was really, it was so strange, so that we can imagine what it's like in 10 years. It's not going to happen. We don't know. And this flexibility is extremely important, but sometimes the result is like an anonymous thing, something that can be everything. And that is something that we as offices try to fight. We want to give character to the building that we make, because in the end, that will determine whether it survives or not. right? It can be super flexible, it can be anything, but it will be taken down because people don't feel that they love the building, that they want to be part of it.
I totally agree with everything that was said so far. I think the future is very positive because we keep learning, and maybe some things indeed got accelerated in the way we think about buildings, about places. But it's positive because we don't constrain ourselves. I think we're open-minded generally. All of the people here are open-minded, and also we saw it in the results of this competition. Everyone had a very in-depth analysis maybe of the entire city, the public realm, all that component, and has, I think, a very good approach to what enhancing the city means. So for us, I guess, or for me at least, it's really positive because we try to think forward, we try to become better and make the cities and the places we live better.
I think to have a healthy city and a future-proof city, you also need infrastructure to add to everything that was said. You need the backbones of any good, we have our own infrastructure, it's our bones, it's our veins, the city needs it as well to build upon it. And I think this is always something that we don't see as normal people. It happens underground, it happens with the sewage system, it happens with the electrical, nobody wants to hear about it, but they make the city work. Also transportation is one of those topics. And I think the past few years are a bit of a danger for the future of the city, in a way that we have to make sure that people come back to the cities and they're not afraid to live in dense population, in a dense environment. I see that coming back, but I think there is a tendency of going back to suburbia, potentially even having everyone his own bigger space. And I think we need to encourage it by with green spaces and parks and the space that surrounds and encapsulates the buildings themselves, promote everyone to come back and to create this lively environment, because that's what the city is all about.
We should also learn from the past. The 20th century is full of examples of very ambitious urban approaches, from the zoning of the American cities where they're not livable without a car, which for us is a lesson not to do, to the 15-minute city now, which is something that is discussed, and especially after the pandemic, people really they have the opportunity to work at home, so now they really relish in the idea of only needing possibly 10-15 minutes to satisfy any possible need. So all these things, they evolve slowly, and for sure we need to look at the past and the way we address these issues and kind of see what worked, what didn't work, and plan for the future with a good, solid understanding, and not react.
I think a big part of future-proofing is the ability to predict things. So predictability, I think, is one key aspect that one would like, to be able to govern their own existence, future and development. And also, if we look at current context, you could say that a certain degree of autonomy is also something which future-proofing would need you to have implemented in a way or another. And that can be at city level, it can be at building level, right? And I think that's an important part of all that you build. And that can be done through all the technologies that one implements within a building, but also in a city.
Maybe just to, something I'd like to touch on is also opening with quite a a positive thought that we have not to underestimate the human capability of self-adapting. Human beings have evolved a way a lot faster than any other species because we have a huge capability of self-adapting. And this is something that in the cities sometimes happens and generates new opportunities. We have been talking before about the importance of infrastructures, for example, within the city. I believe that in this historical period, for example, when we finally start thinking about cities that has been designed in the last century to be car-proof, and now we understand that actually cars are the enemy. So we are aiming and pushing all the energy to step back from that, right? And I mean, for me, as an individual, I feel it quite strongly because I had the luck to born in a very beautiful medieval small city, which is Siena, that is the opposite of a city designed to be car-proof, right? It was a nightmare. Because in the 70s, you could still use your car in the historical center, right? And it was unlivable in a way. So the fact that now we are finally reversing this principle is also opening up to amazing opportunities for the city itself. So a lot of new developments in the contemporary cities are just on how to reuse or to transform infrastructures that are not necessary anymore. And again, it's a process of self-adaptation. So again, I believe that here what can come out as the most, allow me to say, obvious conclusion is that there is not an answer to this question, luckily enough. But there are a series of possibilities, understanding the present, trying to make assumptions about the future, trying to predict, but never underestimate that in any case, we are able to adapt. Even if we do a mistake today, we will be able to find the adaptation to that mistake tomorrow.
So you cannot just break future-proofing into certain ingredients and hope that applying them in every project, the outcome would be the same.
I'm not saying that designing a city doesn't have to be thought with ambition of being future-proof. But again, if we had having the capability of being 100% future-proof, that means that we could read the future and would make everything pretty boring, honestly.
So it's not like retrofitting. It's not that easy to explain technically, maybe.
No, I was about to summarize for myself that maybe future-proofing would invite us to visit what was before with a different conscience. Maybe we need to avoid mistakes and to really name them and explain them. Maybe we also need to nuance that human presence wasn't a pollution to Earth. And maybe we need to distinguish that there is a huge difference between being sustainable and being conscient sustainable. People were always sustainable. They had a resource, they had limits, and they behaved in a sustainable way. So maybe this nuance about the poetry of looking at Earth and seeing a huge blue bubble that might extinct has an impact on nearly zero energy building, but also has a smile on our face because people built responsibly for a long time. No? So I think that from this round of future-proofing, I retain at least 3 important elements. the dream to know your neighbor. It's a reiteration of vicinity. The pertinency and accuracy of sustainability, and also avoiding what we thought it was good and meditated for, and we found out it's highly inappropriate and lived badly. Întrebare.
Well, in regard to what the city of today has to offer, and in talking about shady neighborhoods, less desirable areas, well, so far it seems we cannot talk about the future without mentioning the past. So, incidentally, the built past holds potential in helping reduce carbon footprint using the built environment, the already built environment. How will this existing realm fit in sustainability of future cities and, I don't know, the efforts of resilient programs such as the Paris Agreement? How does the already constructed fit into this? Because maybe I'm thinking somebody has different strategies of retrofitting, stuff like that.
I think retrofitting is a very good topic. We see it in the city here, but all the cities have that issue. There's a huge built fabric that needs to be retrofitted or rebuilt. Of course, retrofitting makes much more sense in terms of, and refurbishing generally in terms of your footprint, and also in terms of sustainability, building sustainably, because the construction of a building and also demolishing of the building is having a big impact on that. So I think us as offices, we have to embrace that even more. I think we're working as much as we can with older buildings, and they're great examples of repurposing buildings. And I think that would also help bring life back to the cities. I think particularly Iași is one of those. It has a lot of old fabric from the communist era. I think there's great examples on how you can refurbish and repurpose them, also into residential. It has been done in East Germany, for example, great projects, and there's a chance here as well. I think the demolition is not the solution in this case.
It seems that more and more, a larger part of our work will be retrofitting and repurposing, because all of our cities need to be, let's say, our built fabric needs to be beefed up in terms of performance, in terms of providing spatial quality, in terms of responding to future needs, and we cannot just demolish everything. That doesn't work.
I mean, this is a very important point, and working in very different geographies obviously depends on the country and the demographics. So if you work in China, obviously they're building a lot of volumes now, so the focus is how to make that sustainable. But in Europe, on other geographies, the existing stock, real estate stock, is much more of what you can build every year. And as designer, obviously, we are focused on project. So our, let's say, we can make an impact on project we design, but there is overwhelming existing stock of housing, offices, which can be solved rather by policies and not by designer. And every country is doing their own initiatives. There are tax advantages, there are relief, there are initiatives. But it's not properly a design response, because it's a very wide action And clearly this needs really a phase by institution, policies and government in upgrade the existing residential block, the existing housing market. So that is it's a slow process. What I will say that as office, we always, when client called and maybe they have existing buildings and they want to do something new, we always advise them to keep what they have. Because clearly to demolish and rebuild per se on the few-year construction as a carbon impact, which is very high. So we always advise that. Sometimes the client, they get slightly irritated about our response. They say, no, we called you because we want something new. We always say, look, keep what you can keep. We can retrofit, we can refurbish in a beautiful way. But that said, yes, I think your response, your question generate a response can be addressed at the government and policy level.
And it needs examples, right? Also for clients who think that they get a new building, you need to show in examples of, but this is what it can be like. And also here the communist buildings are part of that. No, the first time we drove there, we were like you, looking like, oh, playground. That was a nice one. And we know that culturally, people don't like it because it's a lot of concrete, it's a solid, massive bunker, but it has so much potential. And
you should see our industrial district.
yeah, exactly. And if you get good examples, then people start to see also the added value of refurbishment, and because it is much more layered than just a new building.
So it makes huge sense to try to convince local authorities about developing their own strategies, or maybe with some big firms' help.
Yeah, also adding to this, because we hit this not problem, opportunity, I would say, in London, where certain building couldn't be demolished because the authorities decided it doesn't make sense to build something new, which is a really positive move. And I think that if the municipality here or the departments that are in charge actually manage to control this process as well and limit the amount of maybe unneeded demolition, then to retain the existing fabric. I think that's very important.
I believe that your set of thoughts touches a very sensitive truth that sometimes the future that we face, it's so near, and the length of a policy, it's very slow. So we live in a time where changes are touching us, and we embrace them, we try to anticipate them, to behave as designers, but we need to work in a rather very slow, rigid legislation and reglementation framework. But the good thing is that common sense on retrofitting, it's a very good mediator. It's what's the point of spending money until we have something already. That's a first, let's say, positive hint. Another aspect which maybe we need to take in account, it's a perception. Because, for instance, you may retrofit a building with a very low budget, but if the building is perceived as being an enemy of the city or a gesture of imposing something. So let's try to speak not only about buildings and images, because being architects, we have this fabulous paradox. We always talk about what I built, what I suggested, but we actually offer emptiness, spaces. Of course, they are in a skin, in a built skin, but it's the void that we anticipate in terms of scenarios, possibilities, and things like that. And I would like to ask you, what do you think cities, your city, the city you live in, will look like in 10 years?
Maybe it's not about how we think any city will look, but how any city will have to look, and it will be, they will have to be greener. As simple as that. And maybe in this we can also tackle on this exercise of being able to be future-proof, right? So in this specific historical moment, I believe that, a line has been traced quite clearly on the direction that has to be taken quite urgently. And of course, even though, again, I agree on highlighting that, it's good to have responsibilities, but it's, in a way, likely enough, it's not only responsibility of the architects, because it's, the complexity of the cities, it is such that is really, cities are the result of different level of economical, political interest, etc. Our contribution has to be, as designer, as urban designer, has to be aware of this line and try to follow it, to embrace it as much as possible, and a step more than what is possible.
Do you remember that when you were a kid and you would go to get an ice cream and you had this choco dip? You remember? That was the best thing that you could have as a kid, at least not living in Italy where you have proper ice cream. But if you had the cheap one, no, the choco dip, that was it. Wouldn't it be fantastic if we take a city and we do this green dip and we put it back?
Yeah, I think, look, as architects, we were joking, we always work a bit in the future because all our projects are built after many years, sometimes after 10 years. Sometimes we work on them, we cannot show it to anyone for, I don't know, many, many years. Either confidential, or it's a competition, or they don't want to publish it. So I think as a group here, quite a lot of us are working already in the future. And by the time the thing is built, it's already past for us. So you have to ask us, how do you imagine the next 50 years, not the 10 years maybe? Because the next 10 years, we already have drawn probably.
Yeah, in a way, I really like this thought, because in a way, sometimes the future is a little bit our past. Right? So, just by quoting another Italian joke as a way to say that, I'm so protracted towards, I'm going so fast that if I look in my rear view mirror, it's the future.
From everything that has been said, I get the feeling of optimism from everybody of you. And I totally agree, we have to embrace change and rely on the human capacity to adapt to everything. But in this regard, and starting from architecture design, but also urban process, should we think of an open-ended design for our cities?
A city is by definition an open-ended design.
Yeah.
I think of cities that are new, that they are not cities, they're not yet. Example, Canberra, Australia, one of the youngest cities. It is not a city yet. It doesn't have collective memory yet. It doesn't have the layerings. A city is alive, you know. It has to grow up. It has to become an adult, then, you know, continue on into geriatric years, and then become a baby again. And it's a cycle, but it's alive. So.
And if you want, this opens also an interesting consideration with regards of history, for example, because again, myself being Italian, I mean, some Italian cities, they have a so strong and important historical architectural heritage that at some point they just become museums. They're not cities anymore. They just display themselves, which to me sounds quite dangerous, honestly. Again, you could, I'm not entirely sure if we could still define those as cities. Not just piece of art that you go there. I mean, sometimes it might be necessary, sure, but it's also a bit dangerous.
But that's a very good example, right? Because perfect cities were Italian-born, right? But they're kind of a thing of a past, because those were the need of defense. And, well, one likes to think that we don't need that anymore in that sense, right? Or at least we have other means of providing that. So a city, at the end of the day, is a living organism. So how else, except for an open-ended design, you know, can one think of a city? There is no other solution, is there?
Yeah.
I mean, the city itself is an ongoing project, obviously, and we have to accept that. As well, he has some rigidity, because obviously we're speaking of physical street, physical building, but there is another side of it, that the use that we make of cities and physical structure. We are getting more freedom now because of new way of living and technology. And this has opened up possibilities. So you can work from everywhere, and all our offices, they have people working from home or from abroad or from the hotel room. You don't need to commute as much that you used to. So all of this, you don't need to go to a shopping center, you can just order online. So this is adding some degree of flexibility how you use existing urban fabric, which is quite important. So a remote village, which is dying, maybe it can be brought to new life because of possibility of technology. So I think it's, we have to accept that there will be always changes. But I think, yeah, I fully agree with my colleagues that, yeah, we all approach the city as something which we don't pretend to bring to perfection, because it's too complex and it's ongoing and it's inferior and always changing. But I think, yeah, we have to do what we can when we are called to, always in the right direction. I mean, it's not important if you arrive there, it's important to steer the right decision.
I will try to explain what I visualized listening you. If we try to explain to someone who's not an architect what anticipating future might be for a designer in an open-ended territory as a city, it's like as simple as you want to catch a tram or a train, and you need to run to jump in. So the city, it's a moving entity. So unless you fine-tune your speed to jump in, you can't perform good design. This is visually what we do.
Yeah. Right.
I think you all agree.
Definitely, it's a beautiful metaphor.
It's very simple.
It is, yeah, right.
I would like now to touch a very not necessarily sensitive or debated topic, but a very real one. Differences in housing, offices, streets, cars, lighting, clothing, are becoming less and less specific. So there is a process of, let's say, not necessarily dissoluting identities, but feeding in more diversity in all our living environment. And the question is, the question that I would like to raise is that, do we need character and identity? What's the fingerprint? What's the theme? How we address this?
Can I pass you talk about diversity, and again, there's the white man without hair talking a lot.
Maybe one of you. Unfortunately, we only have 8. Please.
You need to start. You don't want to start?
So it's about recognizable and unrecognizable. It's about mnemotics. It's about maybe a tradition that it's not a picture. It's a tradition that you wear in yourself. It's like a DNA. It's like a scripting. In this sense, I'm trying to open the discussion.
Well, I think any image that we create for ourselves or for other people, or it's a form of having, or it's a form of us identifying with something, right? Being that a group or a collective or a city or whatever else. And I guess your hint was at cultural identities of groups in cities, and the remark with clothes not being specific, I think that it's actually increasing in specificity, but just in different identity groups. Because in the past, if we think of, we always go back and look for, as we were looking for references for the presentation, and like what's specific of Iași from tradition and past. And of course, you can find traditional clothes, and you can find patterns that identify a community, and you can find all of those in the past. But that's going back 500 years, right? But with people being able to communicate and to travel and to know more and to explore more, obviously also needs and wants of people become diverse. And then maybe we choose to identify to different kinds of groups, and not to a country or a region, but to, I don't know, music groups or to other type of social groups, right? So then that maybe becomes the stereotype. And I think that those stereotypes are much more than what you could find in the past. And I think there's a richness in that. And yes, you do need a visual icon or identity, almost like, let's say, a semiological means of diversifying and identifying places so that you know and are able to navigate yourself in this complex world. Because if everything would be the same, we, I think, would lose our human character at the end of the day. Because the beauty of it is that we are all diverse and we have thoughts, and we decide to, grab specific thoughts and make our own soup out of it, right? In a sense of creating our own identity. And I think, yes, those images are very important to us creating our own identity. And in architecture, it's, I think, a very important part of how we do things. And that's also why maybe people don't, relate to the building that you present in the way that they expect to. And I think that's the beauty of it, right? Because the unexpected is the thing, I think, which we should all aim to create.
Just a thought about maybe more tailored around architecture and thinking about this project more specifically, because you've asked, or it's been asked for international offices to come up with a solution for a location right in the city, which would well, would fit in probably, but the question is here, what is, for example, modern Romanian contemporary architecture, for example? So what would fit in from this point of view? And that's very hard to answer because it probably doesn't exist as a style or anything. So we have to accept influences and thoughts, ideas, maybe that come from other places that can supplement and maybe enhance the character of the place. It should definitely not take away from what is here valuable. And similar to that, as in architecture, is with everything else, as Bogdan was saying, I guess.
You could think of Iași or any city as a collective story, like something that the people that live there or know it, or they agree that that's Iași or that is London, or that is, it's a common understanding, a shared myth, if I may say, of what is a city or a place, or what Bogdan said, it could be anything, not just the city, like a shared understanding of belonging somewhere. And that evolves, it's not static. So the story is it's open-ended, as cities are open-ended, but it's an open-ended story, and things could be added to it, buildings could be added to it, spaces, public spaces, infrastructure, it changes. It doesn't mean that it changes. it evolves, you know?
I think I'm related with the theme of imagery and memory and, let's say, belongings. I think we should stress as well the value of diversity in cities. And let's say, if you look at a city like London, where you may have an iconography of the Queen and the boulevard and the building, the palaces, actually the city is the great city it is because the diversity of the population, of influx, of immigration, of culture, the fact that there is not a policy or a pressure to unify to things, but actually in general people seeing that as a richness, even older people or maybe more conservative or traditionally, that is seen something good, that we have the option to go to a certain neighborhood which is completely different in ethnic mix and cuisine, and that is widely accepted. And many of the great cities in the world actually are built by immigrants, a melting pot of different places. Even historical city like this one, you see what's the heritage. The heritage is different religion, different period, different settlers, invaders, and now we see the back and we see, oh, that's the corpus, that's the identity, as if it was one, but it's actually many, many identities. So I think as well, when you approach city, I think we have to do as well with a fresh eye to accept diversity, both in the, let's say, social, but as well in terms of architecture, in terms of solution, public spaces. I think otherwise things may get very boring, very flat, and they don't do a good service, I think. And again, this is a question of policy, how to foster that diversity, how to attract that energy, and how to be inclusive of everyone.
Which, if you want, brings also back to a quite interesting organic comparison. We've keep saying and repeating that at the city, at the end of the day, I mean, cities are also organisms in a way, and as much for any species, like a concept of genetic pool is never successful, but is contamination that allows for, and differentiation that allows for a better adaptation, again, and growth and development. So.
I try to imagine what if a painter or a blogger or a vlog or an artist manages to find a way to illustrate a sum of people's feeling, very diverse people living in a city, and the way they feel it's about belonging. Belonging to a place and belonging to the city. And I was questioning what would translate, what would mediate, what would be touchable in terms of belonging representation. How you can, it is immaterial, but how could you illustrate it? Belonging.
I'd like to be the artist, honestly.
I'm just going to try something, I guess. It's a very tricky question, I guess. But if you think of belonging, you associate an image which you create of a place, right, to an experience. So I guess that kind of sums it up. And then from that, I guess you have a responsibility to create that image through the means which you have at your disposal. We as architects, by designing that place in such a manner to create the opportunity for the experience to happen. To offer, yes, the possibility for that experience to happen. And then obviously it's up to your ability to read that community or the potential of that community to behave and to perform within that space, right? And then there's obviously a discussion of the quality of that space by its diverse offering, by its size, by the type of community it addresses, and so on, right? I guess that's the way in which you could paint a picture as an architect of a memory.
Broadly speaking, belonging is a positive term. We want to enhance that. We want people to recognize themselves with the environment and feel accomplished and at ease. But you can push it as well to a negative meaning, which I belong in a white middle-class community. I don't want to see immigrants around here. And so it's a fine line which, between belonging and be open-minded and inclusive. So I think we have to, I don't know, this is very profound social policies, cultural sensibilities. I mean, it's a bit out of the domain as an architect. But in general, I will say we should be aware that not necessarily we have to repropose always the same thing and to be homogeneous and to do what people expect and has been done in the past, because the belonging is mostly what you have in the past or your aspiration to be. And to some extent it's positive, to other extent it can be negative. So I think it's good to have a society in which people feel at ease and not put to the limit or uncomfortable. But at the same time, it's good to have a society where everyone is comfortable, not only the majority. If you don't belong to the majority, then you're an outcast or something. So I think it's a complex question. I just say it may have different angle.
It's creating emotions and feelings that link you to a certain space, maybe to memories, and those help you develop this belonging to a certain place. But it's very difficult to quantify that, or even harder to express it afterwards. So we tried something years ago with it was like a space helmet. One of our colleagues had it fitted on his head and was moving around the streets of London. It was measuring his brain activity, pulse, a few parameters. And whenever, it was interesting, he just walked around in the proximity of our studio. Went across the river, suddenly the energy bursted because he saw something exciting. Moved around the corner, went to a very busy street in London again. Similar action. So you can possibly monitor that, predict it in a way, but what the painting actually does, it's another question.
One of the first things a child will draw will be, with little lines, will be a little boy or girl holding his or her parents' hand. So I think our first primal sense of belonging will be belonging to our family or to a community or to belonging with other people somewhere. So yeah, if I were to draw a picture of what belonging means, would be that, what a child would draw. And
yeah, I agree. I was thinking of the same. What I feel as belonging is beyond the built environment. It's your friends, your family, that's your social interaction. And that's what makes you belong in a place. And of course it has to do with your surrounding, but because that's what draws people to a place. But what draws us to Romania, to Bucharest, is always our parents, of course. Yeah, and that's what ties it in. But that's how I think we found that, I think personally, just to put it out there, is Stuttgart, for example, also we felt like we belong, maybe because we were both together, or London as well, because you have always that place sense that you feel at home somehow because of your friends and because of your family. I think that's...
Thank you very much for all your answers. I was trying to put light on the idea of feeling nurtured, cared, confident, and being caressed. It's like being a child and someone takes care of you. And maybe belonging starts with this being at ease. You know, it's not only that you want to relate or to name mother or father. It's an experiment, it's a state, it's a feeling, it's confidence, it's growth, it's also movement. So to end, I think that our discussions maybe needs to be developed on, but I'm very confident that all your designs and all your shared convictions have this type of care. I'm confident, and I thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the rest of the afternoon, we kindly invite all the people interested in to find out who is the winner of this extraordinary adventure that maybe spent more than 2 years. You may follow the winner's announcement in 2 ways. In a direct manner in this hall, we will resume at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, or with the delight of your home environment or office environment online. Thank you.
Începem, da?
Da. Mulțumesc. Va fi foarte curând ora exactă. Cred că este un moment fierbinte și la propriu și la figurat. Aveți în fața dumneavoastră juriul cu concluziile lui după aceste 2,5 zile fantastice. O să dau cuvântul pentru început domnului Cătălin Turliuc pentru o introducere în context.
Bună ziua, doamnelor și domnilor! Având convingerea că viziunea unui Iași pentru viitor s-a dovedit a fi un punct de convergență pentru publicul ieșan, dezvoltator și administrația publică locală, organizarea unui concurs cu invitați care a reunit 4 dintre cele mai mari birouri de arhitectură contemporane, gest singular deocamdată în peisajul românesc, reprezintă un promițător început. Misiunea jurului a fost una complicată și a presupus un efort susținut de analiză, o confruntare fructuoasă de idei și argumente, o conivență benefică asupra unui plus de capital simbolic adăugat unui trecut bogat și omniprezent în zona centrală a Iașului, precum și o unanimitate a decizii evocatoare pentru cântărirea atentă a tuturor elementelor luate în calcul. Chiar motourile alese de concurenți evocă dorința unanimă a ieșenilor și spiritul în care a fost elaborată tema concursului. Atenția pentru vestigiile arheologice, respectul manifest pentru trecutul și cultura orașului, grija deosebită pentru a nu obstrucționa vederea spre marile monumente istorice, definitorii pentru zona centrală, răspunsul atent la nevoia de sustenabilitate și eficiență, la amenajare peisagistică, toate în acord cu cerințele prezentului au dovedit seriozitatea și profesionalismul fiecăreia dintre birourile participante. În final, nu putem decât să ne exprimăm speranța că astfel de concursuri, atent și cu grijă pregătite, marcate de transparență și înalt profesionalism, vor deveni norma care să contribuie fundamental la schimbarea benefică a peisajului urban, ieșan și românesc. Firește, în acord cu cerințele timpurilor în care trăim și cu reverența datorată trecutului nostru.
Mulțumesc foarte mult. O să dau cuvântul pe rând membrilor juriului să transmită aprecierile juriului, comentariile noastre pentru fiecare dintre lucrări, în ordinea în care au fost prezentate acum puțin timp, sau foarte mult timp, nouă. O să începem cu domnul
profesor Mihai Drișcu.
Domnul Mihai Drișcu, exact, care va vorbi despre, ne spune dânsul.
Bună ziua! Raportul juriului pentru ZAHA HADID Architects, motto In Between. Juriul a apreciat modul în care proiectul mediază relația dintre diferitele scări ale orașului într-o manieră integrativă, întregul proiect fiind dezvoltat sub conceptul de spații intermediare. Soluția face tranziția între patrimoniu și inovație, cele două dominante ale zonelor între care se situează amplasamentul. Palierele de utilizare ale spațiilor public și privat sunt prezente în ansamblu fără a interfera. Volumele de pe cornișa amplasamentului au baza sub nivelul pieței Palatului Culturii, oferind percepțiilor de la distanță o altă proporție decât cea perceptibilă din proximitate. Ansamblul este o prezență discretă care nu participă la perspectivele de pe strada Ștefan cel Mare înspre Palatul Culturii. Integrarea în context a acestei propuneri este completă și atinge toate aspectele, de la cele ale traseelor și configurației de ansamblu, până la textură și materialitate. Proiectul absorbe în tratarea fațadelor sale referințe la materialele tradiționale. Se creează o secvență pe care se face tranziția dinspre zona culturală, prin cea naturală spre cea socială, cu o generozitate deosebită pentru configurația spațiilor publice, care ocupă circa 40% din totalul suprafeței disponibile, din care 24% au destinație culturală. Apartamentele propuse beneficiază de vederi panoramice, majoritatea având dublă orientare. Au fost apreciate analizele complexe ale diferitelor criterii care fundamentează sustenabilitatea propunerii, cu accent deosebit pe managementul apelor. Juriul a apreciat atenția cu care au fost puse în valoare vestigiile arheologice, folosind spații complementare de expunere ale artefactelor descoperite.
Mulțumesc. O să continuăm cu domnul Matei Bogoescu.
Bună seara. Mie îmi revine sarcina de a prezenta opinia juriului asupra proiectului MVRDV cu moto Hills of Iași. Conceptul acestui proiect este un ecou al topografiei colinare a Iașiului. Soluția oferă două strategii distincte. Una pentru imaginea exterioară, care se adresează orașului, și cealaltă pentru cea interioară, care se adresează locuitorilor și vizitatorilor ansamblului. Masa formală este prelucrată prin pliere și decupare, folosind perspectivele privilegiate spre reperele monumentale. Ansamblul este conceput ca o destinație care oferă un dispozitiv centrat pe un punct panoptic de percepție al obiectivelor importante din zona centrală a orașului. Este singura propunere care nu a construit pe zona triunghiulară din partea inferioară a sitului, realizând o amenajare publică și contribuind astfel consecvent la consolidarea conceptului fondator. Juriul a apreciat coerența conceptului descris în pași succesivi, pornind de la masa maximă edificabilă, prelucrată până la un optim pentru spațiul interior. Rezultatele acestor transformări morfologice au fost testate cu instrumente avansate de măsurare a sustenabilității. A apărut astfel un loc gândit de autor ca un nou spațiu în oraș, robust și prietenos în același timp. Întreg spațiul interior este învelopat cu un mozaic care reproduce imagini din peisajul cultural și natural înconjurător. Îndrăzneala volumetrică este înrudită cu proiectele anterioare ale echipei, silueta generală integrându-se în peisajul de acoperișuri specific zonei. Soluția propusă indică prin geometria sa complexă posibilitatea realizării unei mari diversități de apartamente. Pe lângă spațiul interstițial de la nivelul solului, publicului îi se oferă acces și la înălțime, în zonele ocupate de o platformă de observare belvedere și de un skybar. A fost remarcată ambiguitatea vizuală între parterul comercial și volumele rezidențiale și contrastul dintre verticalitatea canionului construit și spațiul de relaxare de la sol pe care îl delimitează. Anvelopa exterioară este deschisă către soluții tehnice și materiale care necesită o abordare inovativă și o atenție specială pentru detalii.
Mulțumesc foarte mult. O să-l invit pe domnul Augustin Ioan să continue.
Bună seara! Sunt onorat că mie îmi revine cinstea de a prezenta perspectiva juriului asupra proiectului UNStudio. Proiectul este dezvoltat pe principiul construirii în jurul orizontului. Soluția volumetrică este cea mai aplatizată dintre toate propunerile, construind un plan de relaționare cu orizontul orașului, care este în același timp și o amplificare, o continuare a platoului pieței Palatului Culturii. Se oferă astfel o experiență de 360 de grade, de jur împrejur așadar, către silueta Iașiului și peisajul urban. Acest spațiu cu înălțime dublă funcționează și drept cezură între volumele de la bază, de la nivelul trecătorilor, pe de o parte, și coronamentul rezidențial pe cealaltă parte. Aspectul general este marcat de metafora stratificării geologice. Conexiunile spațiale între cota superioară și cea inferioară se face prin traseul plantat, care este o adevărată oază. Masa construită a fost optimizată prin prelucrări diagramatice, rezultate din rațiuni de însorire, de flexibilitatea structurii și a organizării rezidențiale, oferind spații diverse, cu accese la aceste spații distincte, separate. Locuitorii beneficiază de spații comune de depozitare suplimentară în zona subsolurilor. Juriul a remarcat un echilibru consistent între conceptul bazat pe metafora orizontului și rezolvările tehnice avansate care pregătesc ansamblul pentru o certificare de clădire verde. Înrămarea perspectivelor spre principalele monumente este o tehnică reușită care fragmentează baza ansamblului în 6 corpuri distincte, asigurând permeabilizarea la nivelul pietonilor și permițând trasee de parcurgere a spațiilor. Se realizează astfel o adevărată cameră urbană, care devine o destinație atractivă atât pentru public, cât și pentru rezidenți. Atmosfera propusă e complexă, diferită și generoasă, cu o multitudine de planuri suprapuse în care natura și arhitectura contemporană creează spații de relaxare pentru toate categoriile de utilizatori ai locului. Proiectul este foarte deschis, prin flexibilitate pentru adaptări în timp, atât în ceea ce privește locuințele, cât și spațiile publice. Din perspectiva sustenabilității, s-a oferit chiar și o variantă suplimentară, o structură alternativă pentru volumul rezidențial, o variantă bazată pe soluții din lemn pentru realizarea unei amprente de carbon minimă. Mulțumesc!
Mulțumesc și eu și îl invit acum pe domnul Dragoș Ciolacu să își aducă contribuția.
Vă mulțumesc și am deosebită onoare să prezint echipa FOSTER+PARTNERS cu moto History 2.0. Proiectul se bazează pe sustenabilitate și conectivitate extinsă. Abordarea este fenomenologică, fiind fundamentată pe experiențe senzoriale distincte. Conceptul, structura și demersul generator al proiectului sunt apreciabile. Soluția propusă își extrage expresia din forma urbană existentă și decupează volumele pentru a facilita perspectivele esențiale indicate de temă. Ansamblul nu este vizibil din zona de percepție a Bisericii Mănăstirii Trei Erari. Proiectul se bazează pe aspirația locuitorilor de a genera un parc urban extins, pietonalizat, în continuarea axei Ștefan cel Mare și Sfânt, în zona pieței Palatului Culturii. Conceptul continuă grădina urbană către zona Sfântul Andrei. S-a aplicat o strategie distinctă, elaborată pentru reducerea la maximum a amprentei de carbon a ansamblului. Jurul a apreciat concentrarea proiectului pe sustenabilitate, ambianță și confort, atât la nivelul public, cât și la cel rezidențial. Toate apartamentele au terase generoase cu grădini de fațadă, care oferă vederi panoramice. Verticalele sunt evidențiate deliberat, intenționându-se o atemporalitate arhitecturală. Este evident contrastul dintre zona de plintă comercială și de acces și etajele locuințelor. Referințele la arhitecturi tradiționale sunt interesante, fiind materializate prin console protectoare pentru spațiul public, asemenea streșinilor profunde. Vă mulțumesc și sarcina cea mai grea o ai tu, Șerban, te rog.
Da, mulțumesc foarte mult. Iată-ne în fața momentului, n-aș spune final, pentru că este o continuare care urmează și de care avem nevoie. Și dați-mi voie să spun câteva cuvinte în plus, culese din aprecierile jurului despre proiectul câștigător. Acesta a avut răspunsul cel mai complet și echilibrat la întregul set de criterii cerute de tema concursului. De la colecția de idei și concept, până la rezolvările tehnice de ansamblu și detaliu, proiectul prezintă propuneri puternice, transpuse într-o viziune spațială complexă, foarte coerentă și convingătoare. Calitatea spațiului public propus este inedită și particulară, iar spațiile private sunt caracterizate prin flexibilitate și distincție, cumulând calitățile spațiilor interioare cu cele ale spațiilor exterioare îmbogățite de perspectivele asupra centrului Iașiului, care devin parte din caracterul clădirii. Propunerea lucrează inteligent cu separații și continuități, oferind gradiente de intimitate a spațiilor comune, exterioare și interioare, toate legate de o expresie arhitecturală contemporană, clară și subtilă în același timp. Sustenabilitatea propunerii oferă o alternativă structurală avansată, care poate ajunge prin dezvoltarea proiectului la o amprentă de carbon remarcabil de scăzută. Bridging time Bridging Communities, UNStudio. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
This belongs to you for a few seconds. Please give us some.
I don't know what to say. Thank you. We really put our hearts and souls into this project, and I can't believe we won.
We're very honored. And
We're very
happy.
honored, and I think it will be a very, very challenging series of steps that we will need to take to try to make this a reality. Thank you.
O să invit pe Raluca din partea promotorului, organizatorului, să ne dea lovitura de grație.
Cu permisiunea dumneavoastră, aș vrea să vorbesc în engleză, dacă se poate, dacă e ok, sau vorbesc în... I would like to talk in English, because I just am so honored to have had you guys in this competition. I am at this stage, I'm very happy, first of all, that you won as well, because you need to have a winner, so congratulations, UNStudio. In the same time, I'm a bit sad that we don't have 3 additional sites, so that we can implement all of the solutions. I think it was an amazing competition, and I am truly humbled to have had you here, but I just wanted to say thank you, first of all, for treating all of you, each of you 4, this site as being your own home. So I think that's, from our side, the biggest accomplishment, aside of this amazing experience, to which I need to thank also the jury, who has guided us in this whole process, and it has truly been an amazing and learning experience for us. Vă mulțumesc foarte mult tuturor care ați venit astăzi aici și care ne-ați fost alături în proces. Vă mulțumesc foarte mult în numele grupului domnilor pentru că ne-ați ghidat în acest proces și că ne-ați fost alături și once again thank you so much, and I will see you everyone, I hope, at the next competition. Now we have the experience for it, so sperăm să fie doar un prim început. Mulțumim foarte mult încă o dată tuturor!